only have about, the ones that we have speakers have one speaker. So I would like to move item 13.4 to be the last item on the agenda. 32.4, that's right, sorry. All those in favor? That carries. To continue, so public speakers are both online and in person. We will now go through the agenda. Just give me 1 second here. Run down. So first item 32.1, Housing Now, 140, 150, 156, 158, and 160 Borough Drive, City-initiated official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, final report. I'll hold that down for speakers. Item 32.2, response for City Council's directions arising from the Toronto Local Appeal Body Chair's 2020 annual report. I'll hold that down for speakers. Item 32.3, response to the provincial consultation on partial and phased occupancy of super tall buildings. Are there any questions of staff? Anybody would like to hold that? Otherwise, I'll have a motion.
Sorry, it's Councillor Wong-Tam I'd like to hold, please.
Okay, Councillor.
Thank you.
Item 13.4, RentSafeTO update report. Hold that for speakers. Item 32.5, review of mediation and settlement in planning process. I believe Councillor Parks will hold that. Item 32.6.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The motion I intend to move on that is to refer it back to staff for a report in May. And it may be a benefit if there's anyone who's registered to speak, if we make it clear to our intention to do that now.
At the moment, we don't have anybody to speak on this item, Councillor.
Okay, I'll deal with it when it comes up.
Yeah, okay, and I have questions to staff on that.
Yeah, we'll hold that because there's councillors that have questions.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Thank you. 32.6, our plan Toronto draft environment and climate change official plan policy updates. There's no speakers, so if there's no questions from members, we could move it now. I can move recommendations of staff on 32.6. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. 32.7, our plan Toronto, draft major transit station area delineations, 57 protected major transit station areas and 40 major transit station areas. There are no speakers on this item. Are there any questions of staff that we need to hold? Councillor Wong-Tam?
Councillor Wong-Tam, thank you.
Thank you. Item 32.8, our plan Toronto employment area conversion request preliminary assessments group 3. We need to hold that for speakers. Item 32.9, Toronto Heritage Survey Phase 1 and Heritage Planning Process Update. There is a staff report with recommendations. If there's no questions, we can move that. Councillor Wong-Tam?
I'd like to hold, please. Thank you.
Okay. 32.10, 10 and 10A Dawes Road, proposed designation bylaw under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, consideration of objection. There are no speakers. I can move the report. All those in favor? Against, and that carries. Item 32.11, 221 Sterling Road, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There's actually a motion to withdraw the item for the agenda because it's actually inappropriately here before us today. It's coming back next month. All those in favor? That carries. Item 32.12, 14 Duncan Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We have speakers on this item, so we'll hold it down. Item 32.13, 68 Kendal Avenue, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There are no speakers. There's staff recommendations. Anybody would like to move that? Otherwise, I can move it. All those in favor? Against, that carries. Item 32.14, 2726 and 2734 Danforth Avenue. Notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There are no speakers. I do have a motion from staff that staff had asked me to move. If there's no questions, we can move it. The motion is on the screen. All those in favor? That carries.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
for those of us who struggle to read tiny, tiny fonts, could we ask in future that when motions are posted, they be a little bit bigger?
no,
Do you have a
noted.
preferred font size, Councillor? Do you have
Something a little
preferred
bigger
font
than
size?
what was just posted there.
Noted. Thank you, Councillor. Item as amended for item 14. All those in favor? Against? That carries. 32.15, 778 King Street West, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of Ontario Heritage Act. We do have speakers on this item. Item 32.16, request for Metrolinx to give a presentation related to the Ontario line and the vicinity of Queen Street West and University Avenue. We do have speakers on this item. And item 17, short-term rental update and regulations enforcement issues. Anybody would like to hold the item?
I'm holding that. I put that on the agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Okay, so we can start our business with item 1. Housing Now, 140, 150, 156, 158, and 160 Borough Drive. City-initiated official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, final report. Speakers, we have Mark Richardson with us. Good morning, Mark. Welcome to City Hall.
We're back. I was sharing something on the screen here. Perfect, thank you.
Can people see it at home, whatever Mark is sharing on the screen? Yes? Okay, thank you.
There we have it now.
Chair and members of the Planning and Housing Committee, volunteers from our HousingNowTO.com Civic Tech and Open Data Project have attended all of the public meetings over the last 2 years for the Housing Now program site at 158 Borough Drive in Scarborough Town Centre neighborhood. We have worked with data analysts, urban planners, architects, and affordable housing operators to crowdsource trustworthy and accessible information about the overall Housing Now program and the economic viability of the city's affordable housing development goals. In 2020, when this site was first proposed, there were procedural attempts at council by the local councillor to remove this 2.86-acre parking lot site from the Housing Now program, as he had had several constituents that had approached him to say they opposed putting rental housing on the property. Thankfully, today, just 20 months later, the current proposal for 158 Borough Drive has the support of the local councillor and presents a great opportunity for meaningful affordable housing development within the catchment area of the new Scarborough Subway Extension Station at Scarborough Centre. The final report before you today includes 42 and 27-story towers on a shared podium, an estimated total unit count of 645 units, including a minimum of those units of 215 as affordable rental. There is a 99-year period of affordability. There's also a new not-for-profit daycare and other community benefits into this plan. We would really like to thank the city staff and CreateTO for their excellent work on this project over the last few years, and once again highlight how we were able to create multiple floors of additional height and unit density during the public consultation process in order to maximize the new affordable housing and rental opportunities on this city-owned lazy land. As always, our open data and civic tech volunteers are happy to answer any questions that the committee or city staff may have on transit-oriented affordable housing development best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and to the deputant. Can you just walk me through a little bit some of those meetings as this project has evolved over the past several years with the additional height and density? What were those conversations like, and how did the discussion turn from some folks who had concerns around the height and density in the parking lot to the additional units that we've been able to achieve here in the proposal? What was that like?
This series of meetings, and frankly, almost all of the meetings in Scarborough, have been some of the most fractious and contentious meetings around Housing Now sites. As mentioned, the Deputy Mayor, Thompson, this is his ward, and originally he tried to remove this site from the plan in 2020. There is a lot of pushback, particularly against the words affordable housing and against the words rental housing in Scarborough. And I don't know how we manage that. The public meetings for this, one of the public meetings, CreateTO and the city planners had to put a language warning on the front of the video because of the kind of language that was being used in the meetings. Thankfully, cooler heads prevailed, and you're going to have these kinds of challenges on every site. Like if you look at the attachment to the letter, this building started out at 27 stories and 37 stories, and only 602 units. But in the second iteration, you got that 37-story tower up to 42 stories. That extra 5 stories got you an extra 40-some units of housing, and up to 50% of those could be affordable. Like we've seen on almost every Housing Now site that's come before you, the height and the density is what makes the Housing Now program work on these sites. Councillor Wong Tam has more height and density on the Sherburne site than the original proposal. Councillor Cressy in City Place, on his site, we've added height and density. We went from 9 stories to 29 stories there. I think in the way that our volunteers work and also in the way that your staff work, you have to find a better way to communicate to people that the height and the density is what makes the Housing Now program work. And set those expectations and set those understandings at the beginning. There's another site in Scarborough, and there are flyers going around saying, "Save our city." And it's an alert that they're taking out another parking lot. This is also in Councillor Thompson's ward. It's an election year. Councillors in the suburbs are going to feel a lot of heat about these Housing Now sites. And we really need to find better, smarter ways to counteract some of the misinformation that is circulated, particularly online and in local newspapers and flyers.
Agreed. Thanks for the deputation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, I
Councillor
don't
Fletcher.
have yes, I just have to say, Mr. Richardson, you are the first in-person deputant at any committee. And I just want to say bravo. It's great to see you there.
When I saw it was item 1, I figured I wouldn't be here all day.
You're right. Okay,
Thank you.
good.
Thank you. Just a quick question on that, Mark. Do you have any advice for us on that communications in terms of how to counter those flyers that you've just expressed to us?
You make a lot of good informational videos. There's a bunch of videos right now about your hour plan process. I think creating videos like that explain Housing Now and how the height and density works, also creating those videos in more than one language. The stuff we see on Facebook is pretty offensive. The stuff you see on WeChat and some of the other non-English language social media is frankly kind of crazy. The misinformation that gets spread in social media circles is very dangerous to your program. And I think you need to be more proactive about the city's role as a developer on these sites and the reality of the math that you need to qualify for CMHC funding for these programs.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for your presentation, and thanks for the work that your group does. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the only speaker we have on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, are there any speakers on the item? Seeing none, I'll move the recommendations from staff. Again, thank you to the team at the Housing Secretariat, CreateTO, local councillor for ensuring that the process was followed and that we're getting the project moving forward with more units, like our speaker said, which is important. This is a transit-oriented project, very close to transit, a site that can handle this density and will be a great addition for people that work in this community, workers that will be able to now afford to live in this community close to transit with daycare facilities, community facilities. So we believe this is exactly the kind of development that the city needs to be encouraging, supporting, and leading as we are in our own lands. There's lots of development happening in that community, and so this is actually in line with what is happening in the community. So once again, thank you for all the hard work from everybody, from planning, create, housing secretary, everybody involved. Thank you. With that, all those in favor? And that carries. Let's move to item 32.2, response to City Council's directions arising from the Toronto Local Appeal Body Chair's 2020 Annual Report. We do have speakers on the item. Speaker Helen Chillis. Good morning, Helen.
Yes, good morning.
You have 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Helen. You have 5 minutes.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Yes, we do in fact need more members with the appeals committee. I'm sorry, I'm echoing. It's a little hard to talk, but I think that what is also needed to be
Hello, Helen. This is the
considered
host.
now.
I apologize for the
Yes.
interruption. Is it possible you're watching this meeting on YouTube as well? It's possible that's the echo you're hearing.
I don't think so. Let me just. Is that better?
Well, we weren't hearing any echo. So if you're not hearing any echo, then you can continue.
Okay. Yes, we do need more members on the appeals committee. One thing that needs to be addressed is a sliding scale for tenants and those that are disabled. A situation had come up here at our building, and one of my disabled neighbors was unable to pay the $300 fee. So that's primarily what I would like to address, and if this committee can also address the fees for tenants, if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today and thanks for your comments. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers on the item? Seeing no speakers, I can move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, that takes care of item 32.2. Item 32.3, response to the provincial consultation on partial and phased occupancy of super tall buildings. Councillor Wong Tam, you've held the item. You have questions of staff?
I do, Speaker, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I guess I'm just really curious to the staff, a couple of quick questions. Number one is who is included on the task force that determines the qualifications of whether or not a super tall building is safe to occupy, and what criteria are they using to assess those terms?
Through the speaker, the province of Ontario hasn't identified a task force. That's our recommendation in the report that's in front of you. And what we're recommending is, before the province moves forward with changes on this, that they engage a task force of experts in construction site safety to answer the question of whether or not this should be allowed. And then furthermore, if it is, what would those requirements be in order to ensure that people are safe if they're occupying a building where it's partially completed and there's still construction ongoing.
And this is a bit of a deviation from usually what would be deemed as a building complete and safe to occupy. So I guess I'm just curious to know the criteria that will be used to evaluate safety.
I think right now, through the speaker, that's a difficult question to answer. And I think it goes back to why we're asking that the province put together this task force. What's really paramount is that if someone's occupying a building while it's partially under under construction and they're partially occupying a portion of that building, it's really important that the public or the member or people who are occupying that building are safe from any and protected from any construction hazards that might be on this thing.
And so would some of the conditions or terms that would be used to factor or determine safety for occupancy, human occupancy, would it include things such as sort of electrical systems and HVAC systems up and running, all the mechanical systems up and running, even potential noise and disturbances, chemicals still being used to finish units? I'm just thinking about all the things that create disturbance, but also create environmental impacts. Are those some of the factors that will be used to factor in safety?
Through the speakers, you're correct, Councillor Wong-Tam. Those are things that would be considered. I think what's important is that if people are occupying the building, that all of those fire and life safety provisions are in place to protect people while they're occupying that space. In addition to that, I would say it's things like making sure that there's effective barriers between the occupied portions of the building and where construction is ongoing, protecting them from cranes, that type of thing. So I would say it's both of that. It's looking at those environmental factors, looking at those fire and life safety features, having them activated in the building, and at the same time protecting the occupants from any ongoing construction activity that's going on in the building.
Thank you. And will the city have enough? Do we have enough resources, staffing levels to ensure that we can do investigations, enforcements, compliance? Is this something that we're resourced for? Because I would imagine a building under construction would have more requests for investigation, more complaints.
I think through the speaker, that's something we need to evaluate once we saw the findings of the task force that we're recommending that the province put in place. And we'd also want to make sure that we have the expertise also to evaluate that. But what I would also say is one of the points you're bringing up is a very valid point is when, if this is something that is done in the city of Toronto, it's really important that there is a robust enforcement system around that as well. And so we would have to look at what our resources are if this was directed at us to do.
Okay, thank you. And can I just ask, the level of support from Toronto Building for such an initiative? I recognize it's a significant deviation of what normally happens with respect to building occupancy. Is this something that your office called upon, or perhaps you yourself as the chief building official is supportive of? Is city planning supportive of this? Is the housing secretary supportive of this initiative?
So through the speaker, this isn't something that we particularly asked the province to look at. It's something the province engaged with us as an opportunity to look at. What I would say from my perspective is if there's opportunities to be innovative and bring housing on sooner or bring business opportunities on sooner, that's something we would welcome. However, what's paramount here is that anyone using these buildings are adequately protected, and it's really paramount that the public is safe if they're occupying a partially occupied building. But once again, this isn't something we asked for. It's something the province engaged with us on to see if this is something that could be done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the committee with questions? Seeing none. Speakers on the item? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to flag that we're deviating significantly from what would be buildings that are safe for occupancy. We've all heard situations in condominium corporations where the building is not quite complete, and these are perhaps cosmetic or final finishes to the common area. And we already have complaints, or at least I do have complaints from residents who have cited that the elevators are occupied by significant tradespeople. They're having some difficulty moving about the building because of environmental hazards or fumes. And I'm just mindful that, you know, it benefits a developer to have occupants in their building as quickly as possible, even before the building is declared. So therefore, it's complete and registered. So therefore, the ownership of the condominium purchase is not complete, but they have the opportunity to collect those occupancy fees, what is deemed as a phantom mortgage. Now, obviously, we don't want buildings to sit vacant. That is never an advantage to anyone. However, the incentive really should be having the developers finish their product and finish the construction as soon as possible, and then properly turn over the building to their buyers or the clients who will be moving in. I'm very mindful that this is not an initiative that Toronto Building asked for, and I don't get the sense that it's something that is being driven by renters or even perhaps condo owners, because it doesn't necessarily benefit them. They just start making payments without ownership, and they don't make a dent in their mortgage payments. So again, I think this is an initiative on behalf of the provincial government in response to the development industry. I think that this could create a significant problem for us without knowing the full legal health implications. And I'm just extremely worried that we are, I mean, obviously the province can do as they please, and, you know, their request for consultation and feedback from municipalities perhaps is just that, is that we're asking you for your opinion, but they can also disregard it. I'm mindful that we don't know who's going to be on this task force. Obviously, we want to make sure that there are subject matter experts, but we've seen the province populate their expert panels and task force, oftentimes heavily in favor of the development sector. So I just flag that because I think that's important for us to understand what it is that we're approving. If I'm proven to be wrong, I'll be happy to accept that. But given the track record of this provincial government, I think we have some things to be concerned with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on the item? I do have a motion. If staff can add, so I'm adding, if you can scroll down, this is actually, it's a third item that I'm adding, right? Yep. If you can scroll down, yep. So we are asking that that there's a report back to the planning and housing on any further consultations and changes. I just want to make sure that not only are we empowering our officials to participate, to give feedback and our concerns, and I do think that Councillor Wong Tam expressed some very valid concerns. I know that conversations with staff, I had a lot of the same questions, and I think that it is important that as a committee we're kept in the loop, informed, and engaged with the conversation as it moves along. So I'm just asking that that anything comes back to our committee, so we're involved in this process. So with that, can we move it as a package? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, that takes care of item 32.3. I understand that there was a couple of minutes at the beginning that people that were watching us on YouTube didn't really have sound. So I just want to remind everybody that 2 motions were passed at the beginning of the meeting. One was to extend the lunchtime from 12:30 to 2:30, so this committee will break between 12:30 and 2:30, and that we have moved item 32.4 to be the last item on the agenda. So we'll deal with all the items, and 32.4 will be the last item on the agenda. Okay, and so that would proceed to item 32.5. That is the review of mediation and settlement in planning process. There are no speakers, and Councillor Perks, you've held the item. Do you have questions of staff?
No.
Any other members of the, any other?
Yes,
Okay, Councillor Nunziata, and then followed by Councillor Fletcher.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Question to staff. When we go to mediation and the city hires outside legal staff, when settlement has been offered and approved, I hear an echo, by staff, I don't know what that noise is. To city staff, is the local councillor not informed that a settlement has been received and that they were approved?
Brian Haley from Legal, perhaps I could respond to that. First, I should note that generally we do not retain outside legal counsel to attend at either the OLT or the T-Lab. It's usually city staff, city legal staff that attends. And when there is a settlement, whether it's as a result of discussion with the applicant appellant, or because it's as a result of mediation before the OLT, there is a report that is prepared by the city solicitor. Typically, it has a confidential attachment, and it is sent to city council, and we always meet the council agenda closing deadline so that members of council have it 5 business days prior to the meeting. There is generally consultation with the ward councillor, particularly if there are discussions with respect to Section 37 community benefits.
Okay, then Brian, I have a question on a particular one that just came to my attention. There was an appeal on a conversion request, an appeal 5 years ago in my ward. And I was just informed yesterday that we hired outside legal staff and it was settled in December 2021, which I was not notified. So that's where I have concerns with. And this is 8 Oak Street. And Brian, I'm sure that you know that application that was appealed 5 years ago.
That's with respect to employment lands, and Ms. Matsumoto's on the line as well. I'm not sure if Kelly has further information on number 8 Oak.
I just received an email, from staff this morning.
Councillor, just to clarify, 8 Oak wasn't settled. We went to a tribunal hearing, and we unfortunately we lost the hearing. And and we did have outside counsel on that, but it wasn't a settlement.
Okay, but they supported the conversion. My question is why the local council was not advised in December 2021 that they got their approval for the conversion. That's my question. And what I got, Kelly, from you is that because we hired outside legal staff.
Yes, because I sent you an email yesterday sending you because it hadn't been brought to my attention that you didn't receive a copy of the decision until yesterday. So when that came to my attention, I sent you a decision right away. And I can have an offline discussion with you about why that happened. It's not something that would happen very often because, as Mr. Haley said, we don't typically hire outside counsels. Typically the city lawyers deal with it, and you would have been informed. I guess it was just, it was one of these situations that was a bizarre one, and I apologize that you didn't receive it sooner. City Legal wasn't involved, but I will make sure that anytime this arises again, we make sure that you get a copy as soon as possible.
Well, I think it's important that the councillor is notified, especially if it's gone on for 5 years.
And I apologize. Again, we weren't involved, but I'll make sure that whoever is involved knows that they need to send you a copy.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? I do have a couple of questions.
I do.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Councillor.
thank you.
Yes, you were down on my list. Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
I'm not there, so it's hard to see me through the walls. But,
Go ahead.
Just to ask that, what is the protocol regarding councillor involvement and acknowledging that there's something, a settlement has been reached? Because of course, councillors have been involved all along in the planning process for it. So what is your protocol currently?
The protocol is that typically between the city legal and the operational divisions, whether it's city planning or parks, forestry, and recreation, that the councillor is involved, particularly if there are community benefits that are being negotiated as a part of that potential settlement. So that is typically long before the report is actually written and submitted to city council at the time of the agenda closing.
Thank you. And then I do have a question. It's probably a little bit bigger, just around settlements and negotiations. I'm not sure it's for legal. Probably might be for who's ever leading. I guess legal is leading that settlement. We are now in a period where affordable housing is so important, and I'm not clear that there's many competing priorities. And how is affordable housing and our quest for affordable housing now placed front and center in mediations? Or is it? Perhaps it's not yet.
Maybe through the chair, I can help with that, Councillor Fletcher. Certainly is one of our priorities, of course, as the evidence is articulated in a planning staff report and through the opinions of city staff. And I think that's important from I mean, legal can speak to it, but it's important from an evidentiary point of view that the city's case be well articulated. And if affordable housing in a given situation is a key part of the city's point of view on a particular planning application, whether it be in respect of a refusal or in respect of a settlement, it would be given the weight that it's due in our presentation of our planning advice, which again flows from applicable policy in the official plan, applicable provincial policy, and other relevant considerations.
Is it time to update our official plan in some way to acknowledge the importance of achieving affordable housing, Mr. Lintern, so that we're not competing with others, so that it's not at the bottom of the list?
I think, Councillor, I wouldn't put it at the bottom, the middle, or the top of the list. It's one of the city's key considerations, and certainly we have updated the official plan recently with the introduction of inclusionary zoning. That is a major change in our official plan, and that is the major tool that we hope to achieve substantial amounts of new affordable housing across the city over a period of time, including, importantly, a new definition of affordable housing that is market more related to income and less related to that.
And I'm wondering if Ms. Bond is here, or if you can tell me, do you think I'm going to ask you, then I'm going to ask Ms. Bond, or whoever's here from housing. Would we prefer to have cash, or would we prefer to have units? What's the preference when you're negotiating? I'll ask everybody.
Well, if you're asking me, Councillor, I would say it depends on the situation, and sometimes we're better off getting units. Sometimes we're better off getting cash. I think we, over time, defaulted to having a bird in the hand, if you will, with the units.
Over time, we've defaulted to that. Is that where we start? Is that where we start?
Not always. I think applicants sometimes applicants might prefer cash, and the city has traditionally settled on many initiatives which actually deliver the bricks and mortar.
I've just been involved in one where it was the city that asked for cash and the applicant wished to give units. Well, how do you square that circle?
Again, I mean, again, we have cash, we have land, and we have units. And I think traditionally our discussion over the years has involved all three. I'm just articulating the desire as much as circumstances permit to get the bricks and mortar.
Thank you. Can I ask the same of the housing secretary, please? Or somebody, I don't know, a chair, if anybody's here.
Yes, good morning, Councillor.
Thank you very much. I'm just looking, would you rather get cash or would you rather have units? Which is, where's the bang for the buck, Abby?
Through the chair, definitely units is preferable because we get those, they retain their value from the point of negotiation to the point of delivery. So that is preferable. It's always a good outcome to do that. Occasionally, if we need to be flexible, then cash is also, we can make that work as well, but our starting point should always be units.
Starting point, always units. And then for a settlement agreement, I guess, Mr. Haley, I'm going to ask you, at what point, who initiates and says, here's what we'll give you? Is it the developer or does the city say, here's what we'd like money, we'd like this, we'd like that, we'd like the heritage building, and that's how that gets put forward?
Those discussions are often held well in advance of any settlement offer being made. And as you know, the development process is a rather protracted one in terms of the initial application, preliminary discussions with appropriate city staff. So all of those things become apparent to the applicant early in the process, Councillor. So it's no surprise that when a settlement offer is actually made, the developer knows at that point many of the desired community benefits that the not just the city staff, but the councillor as well might be looking for in terms of an appropriate settlement, one that might be acceptable.
That was your last question, Councillor.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry, you're
Thank
7
you.
minutes. Any other
this
questions?
is a pretty important issue here, how we manage these things.
It's coming back in 2 months. Are there any questions, any other questions of staff? I just have a couple questions following up on the questions from Councillor Nunziata through legal. So when we hire outside lawyers, I mean, they're still working on behalf of the city, right? So who do they respond to at the city? Do they respond to our legal team or do they respond to our planning team?
Well, first I should say that retention of outside solicitors are very rare. In this case, it was with respect to the employment land file. And in that case, the retainer with the outside solicitor is always with the city solicitor. So the outside counsel reports through the city solicitor, but obviously in conjunction with the appropriate division. So in the case of employment lands OPA 231, city planning is very much involved in terms of providing advice, instructions, information with respect to that particular file. And typically, it's also funded through that division. So city legal will retain, but
once a settlement or a decision happens from the board, with the process that we have today, who's responsible to inform the local councillor? Is it legal or is it planning?
I would say that it's probably jointly both divisions. Once the decision comes out, obviously, the outside council makes us aware of it, both in terms of the city staff that outside lawyer has been working with on a regular basis for a number of years, as well as the city solicitor. So that decision is distributed broadly to the appropriate divisions, and then those divisions would be responsible for ensuring that the local councillor is advised in a timely fashion.
So, okay, Brian, is it, so the city legal distributes the decision and then it's planning's role to inform the local councillor? Is that what I understood?
It often depends on the nature of the file. For example, if it's a TLAB matter, typically the
Right.
assigned lawyer will.
So you see where I'm going? Just this thing in here, I think clarity is always good. If we have clarity on who's responsible for what, we prevent things from what happened with Councillor Nunziata to happen. So I think, you know, as you work through this is clearly something that I think we've identified in here. The other question is, when we are going through the settlement, I think one of the things that we've heard from many, many counselors is how disengaged they feel. They feel like they're only brought in at the very last minute. They're scrambling to even deal with the settlement that is proposed to them. Again, who should be involving the local counselor? And at what point should the local counselor be involved in these mediations and settlements and so on as you're proceeding the negotiations?
Well, typically the ward counselor is involved at a very early process, both through the assigned lawyer on the file as well as the assigned planner on the file. I would suggest that it's a very rare occurrence where the ward counselor is not kept advised on a early and constant basis leading up to finalization of a settlement report.
Okay.
If I can just supplement that answer to the chair, I think that's the whole point of this report, in part, in the discussion that we've had thus far with Councillor Perks and others on this process, because we certainly recognize that it is a bit of a more obscure part of what happens in the planning process, because up into an appeal, it's very transparent, and then it suffers from having to manage all of the legal and judicial constraints. So the objective, I think, here is to shine more light on exactly what happened, what the options are, what other ways that we can normalize and systemize the conversation going forward after the appeal, so that we get the best possible level of transparency and awareness that happens post-appeal. Understanding all of the constraints that the report outlines, and we're interested in continuing to try to work on that and articulating that.
Yeah. Thank you. Those were my questions. Speakers on the item. Councillor Perks.
Yes, thank you. Chair Bailao, I have a motion on this. There we go. So I'm moving that we refer the item back to staff to report on May 31st. And the key thing that I'm trying to get here is some actual advice on any changes, policy, regulation, legislative, that would help us both in terms of transparency and making sure that council retain its authority to manage development review. This item in front of us grew out of a letter that I brought to the committee. All of us have experienced very frustrating moments when we get a notification that an in-camera item is going to come to council settling a matter in a way that many people in the community would feel is quite different from the original conversation we had in public, and we as councillors can't even talk to the public about what's happened, why it's different, or any of that. And it has, in many instances, done real harm to the reputation of city council and city staff, because when you're unable to communicate with the public about how you got from this place to that place, people naturally construct their own explanations, and does harm to our reputation. It does harm to people's faith in government. So we as a committee asked city staff to go back and review how this worked. The report that's in front of us does a really excellent job of explaining the constraints that city planning staff and most of all city solicitors face in our adversarial development review process. It does a very good job of explaining how the provincial planning system forces city lawyers into a very tight box and forces us as council to have to deal with these in-camera reports without an opportunity to have a conversation with the community. And I think it's a good piece of work that we can share with the public to help them understand the constraints we and our staff are operating under. What the report does not do, though, is to give us any advice on ways we can make it better. You know, I would love it if the city were in a position to say, no, the rights of the community need to be elevated in this process. I would love it if we were in a position to change the planning approval process somehow, but that's stuff the province does. What I'm hopeful is that if we send this back to staff to examine, they can give us some advice, even within the constraints that we're operating under, that would make it a little bit better. I've had very in-depth conversations with legal staff, with the chief planner. They acknowledge the problem and they want to continue to work on it. And they've asked, could they have a couple of months to do a little bit more thinking and come back to us with some advice. So with that, I commend the staff for what they've done so far and ask them to do a little bit more work and ask you all to support my motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'm happy to speak on this item, and I do thank Councillor Perks for this. And he's really clearly laid out the meat and the sandwich part, because that's exactly, although I don't eat meat, I sometimes feel like that meat in the sandwich. And it really is a difficult thing. I'll say it's even more difficult now that we have the expanded wards and we've taken on applications that we didn't start sometimes. So we're getting up to speed. There's tremendous pressure from development. We have double the size of what we're dealing with. And sometimes, and I don't mean this in a bad way, I just think it's a natural human tendency. When there's less of something, you don't always take it as seriously. And so I'm thinking that we should know absolutely everything all the time. And I think that because there's just 25 little councillors, that sometimes we kind of get forgotten about. And I'm not being critical, I'm just saying I think that's the way things work in the world. So I'm running the flag up the pole. Councillor Perks is running the flag up the pole that I don't think any of us want to be in the situation of trying to figure out, well, how do we tell people? What are they going to know? This has changed, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the first thing. The second, I just want to flag for clerks, and again, for, I don't know if it's if Mr. Johnson's here representing our DCM, but at the last meeting, Councillor Fillion said, where's that motion? I haven't seen it. I don't know where it is. And we were told, well, it's on your CMP. It's not printed. And he was very wisely said, at council, when we're together, we always see what's in front of us. We get that purple paper. We can read it. And then we got a message this week that says, you'll never get anything again on paper. And I'm quite concerned about that. And I'm flagging that here with you. I'm flagging it with legal. I'm flagging it with planning. That is unacceptable. We didn't know anything about that. Everybody should have a chance to really have a look at those things because they're confidential. They're hard to find somewhere else. And lastly, I just want to go back to that affordable housing piece. I honestly, very happy to hear Ms. Bond say, we want units. Building units now in a development, as she says, when you have it, when you can bake them in at whatever number, compared to getting some money that by the time that we can use it to build something, that $1 million is not going to go very far. We might get 1 unit instead of 7 or 8 or 10 units when we're very creative. And also, I'm going to say, I hope coming back in this review that you've asked for, Councillor Perks, that we're going to look at how we can kind of bump up the need for affordable housing to be near the top of the list. I've had to fight, and fight to get some affordable housing, not with the developer. I'm fighting internally to get that up the ladder with all the other divisions. Beautiful restorations, fantastic money for park. Where's the affordable? And I'm going to be bringing this whole issue again to council. I feel we have to reprioritize. We have to feel that every breath we take, every document we sign, every development we approve has to have affordable housing. That's why I'm disappointed that East Harbor, that's coming next week to executive, of 4,300 units, the province is only requiring 215. Need me to say that again? 4,300 units. The province in their MZO is saying 215. We cannot ever be like that. We have to stretch the envelope, push everyone. This is the most important issue of our time. Today we were making our announcement for film. And what did people in the industry say? Well, a lot of the young folks who want to be in our industry and come into the industry, they can't afford to live in the city. We are behind. We've got to push every mediation, every settlement, every development application. Our housing now is great. We need to bring people with us on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors that wish to speak on this item? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I wasn't going to speak on this item because I knew that both Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Gord were going to largely say a number of comments that I would like to be associated with. But I just wanted to flag, I'm just going to say to our solicitor, Mr. Haley, with all due respect, I would disagree with your comment that it is the exception that councillors are not notified or kept up to date of the settlement process. My experience has been entirely in the opposite direction, and it's not necessarily because City Legal is at fault. I don't blame anyone within City Legal. I don't blame anyone within the City Planning Department. That blame lays squarely at the feet of the provincial government. I know that staff are overworked. I know that the settlement process and the appeal process is largely legal in its structure. It's quasi-judicial, and I recognize that there are limitations of what can be said and when it can be said, especially when you're in those sensitive negotiation times. But I do think that when councillors are expressing their concerns and frustrations about being not kept up to date, please recognize that we're expressing the concerns and frustrations on behalf of the constituents who want to know what's going on. And so it's not that councillors need to know everything. I want that to be removed from this conversation. It's because we are acting on behalf of our constituents who need to know what's going on in their community. So therefore, planning and land use development happens with them and not to them. And to that effect, I think that all of us, as we're sort of trying to grapple this particular subject matter and understand that the process is flawed, we do need to turn our attention back to the provincial government. I remember very clearly our short-lived victory about reforming and abolishing the OMB. I remember it took years of advocacy of members here on this committee, as well as city council and councils, municipal councils across Ontario, who was asking for changes of land use planning and asking that the OMB at that point in time be upended and replaced with something that was going to be much more respectable and respected to local planning context, to heritage, to the environmental impacts. It was a huge amount of work on municipalities to ask for those changes. And, to the great credit of the previous government, they brought some changes. They didn't go far enough for me. However, it was still a good news story. In a very short period of time after the premier and his government was elected, we got the OMB back, but bigger and stronger than before. And they rebranded it and called it LPAD, but it was the same beast. And what it has done is upended local planning once again. It's anti-democratic. It is extremely tipped on to a scale of the development industry. And I think that now the latest iteration through the Ontario Land Tribunal, through the construction of the Ontario line, The province is using every single tool that they have, and even those that they don't have, they're making them up, and they're handing over the process to the development industry. And it doesn't mean that developers are bad. It just means that they have a very powerful advocate on behalf of the sector in the Premier's office. So I am just mindful that although we are asking the staff to keep us up to date and asking the staff to make sure that they can manage the legal and quasi-judicial appeal process to the best that they can, they're still working under draconian rules that are anti-city and anti-democratic and that have no respect for our local communities. And that's where my anger and frustration is. And it will continue to percolate there, just because I know that local communities are feeling incredibly shut out through the land use planning process, and definitely they're feeling shut out when it comes to developers running to the province to get everything that they want, and they generally do get most of what they're asking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, on Councillor Park's motion, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Okay.
This is the host to call in user 416-986. We are unmuting your line. If you could please let us know if you are a registered speaker on an item. This is the host to call in user 416-986. Please let us know if you are a registered speaker on an item.
Okay, we can proceed to item 32.7, our Plan Toronto Draft Major Transit Station Area Delineations, 57 protected major transit station areas and 40 major transit station areas. There are no speakers on the item, so we can move to questions of staff. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Again, and thank you for the staff for this report. I'm just very interested. I've asked this a very similar question in the past about what does consultation look like? Who will the chief planner and the planning staff be speaking to? How will that be conducted? And then through the public feedback, how will you determine which comments matter, which comments will not be included in your final recommendations?
Thank you, Councillor. And the consultation is underway, and we're very mindful of your comments and what you've talked about previously. I'll just turn it over to Jeff, and he can talk about our interactive tool and all the various reach outs, including our equity-based work that we're doing on the consultation to date, and we'll continue to do. Jeff?
Right, and the chair, our engagement program for the entire municipal comprehensive review, the Our Plan Toronto, includes the major transit station area component, and so we've done citywide engagement, stakeholder engagement. We have what's called a community leader circle, which is a group of representatives who work with equity deserving groups. Our members of our team show up at councillor town halls to do a bit of like a cameo. So, a 5-minute, 10-minute slide deck on MTS major transit station areas, answer the questions, and we're going to continue to do so. And we are planning and designing citywide engagement for late May on the drafts of all the MTSAs across the city.
And thank you. And so in previous conversations, we talked about pushing the envelope of asking for more density where appropriate, and with the consideration and the sole purpose of providing more affordable housing. And so how are you incorporating a previous committee recommendation? Council adopted that, reinforced it. How are you going to demonstrate that that was done?
Maybe I'll start, Councillor. So as you know, our inclusionary zoning tool can be deployed in PMTSAs. So there's the large number of MTSAs across the city, And there is a subset, I think it's around 107 of those MTSAs that will be PMTSAs. And that allows us to implement inclusionary zoning in those areas. And the vast majority of those all meet or exceed the provincial minimums that are required by the growth plan. So that kind of sets, and on page 7 in the report, there's a small graphic that kind of gives you the sense of the minimums that we have to meet and the fact that we are meeting or exceeding those in the vast majority of cases. And then through area study and other local exercises, encouraging and achieving even greater density as we consider the planned context of those local areas. And a perfect example of this is Danforth, where we've established through the Danforth study certain densities that actually meet or exceed all the provincial minimums. And then we are aiming to achieve even more in our focus areas at Pape and over at Broadview. So again, putting it through a local lens, but being very closely guided by the need to achieve as much density as possible in those transit-rich areas.
So understanding the IZ will apply to the PMTSAs. The report before us is speaking also about the 180 MTSAs. What I'm interested in knowing is how do we achieve and strive to achieve more affordable housing in those delineated areas?
You know, it's it is a toolkit approach. We've got one of the big tools now being inclusionary zoning as soon as the province decides that it's going to approve those PMTSAs. So implementing the rollout of inclusionary zoning, but also all of the other city initiatives around bringing affordable housing to the forefront, whether it be through city action ourselves, through the Open Door program that Abby's group runs. I mean, the context of this is shifting, and council is aware that Section 37 is no longer a tool as of September 2022. So our toolkit is more forward focused around what we can do in the new world, and inclusionary zoning is very much a large part of that. That's going to be one of our major tools.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members with questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers on the item? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do have a quick motion. I recognize that the staff will be putting a final report before this committee in July. I would like to ask that the Chief Planner, the Executive Director of City Planning, to consider opportunities for more density where feasible at, that should say major transit station areas, not protected, for the purpose of increasing affordable housing across the city and to report back through the final report. I think largely, we recognize that, in the conversations with city staff, they're looking for tools on increasing affordable housing. The conversations we've had with, community members, I know I have, about looking for ways to just continue to add more. And it's not just density for the sake of density. So I want to be very clear that I'm not suggesting that we build more because we have plenty coming through the supply line. But what we don't have is affordable housing, and in often case in deeply affordable housing. So when I say affordable housing in this motion, it's really to sort of speak to the range, the spectrum of housing. But I'm going to leave it to the Chief Planner to report back on whether or not it is possible. If the report back in July says that it is not possible, that they've done everything they can based on the consultation that's before them, then so be it. But I just want to make sure that we're all pushing, just as Councillor Fletcher has so rightly noted on every single occasion, pushing as hard as we can, every way possible to get more housing, and affordable housing is the objective here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Councillor. I just want to make sure that we're clear. You're looking for different tools on top of the inclusionary zoning, or also even consider inclusionary zoning? Because, 5% of 20 floors gets you more units than 5% of 10 floors. That's for sure. You're going to get more affordable housing just with that kind of density. So are you looking for that, or are you looking for other tools as well on top of inclusionary zoning?
Yeah,
Or both?
Thank you, Speaker. I think I want to leave it as broadly interpreted for the chief planner as possible. I have no doubt that the chief planner understands the intention of trying to look at every single tool in the tool belt. Inclusionary zoning, although we hope will be in place in September, we just don't have the indication yet from the province. So let's just make sure that we turn every stone over and look for those tools where we can. And I'm going to leave that to the chief planner.
Okay, so everything available, including how increase inclusionary zoning and anything.
Yes, and I just don't think we should hang our hat only on inclusionary zoning just because we know that it doesn't apply to every single development across the city. It's very restrictive to certain areas, and I think that as the province continues to carve out what would qualify as an IZ site, you never know what they come up with if they get elected again. Those rules could change once again, just as we've seen. The dramatic planning changes in one term under them has been absolutely bigger and more dramatic than we've seen in a generation of planning in Toronto, not just Toronto, but in Ontario.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item?
I have a question. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Question of the mover? Go
Question
ahead,
to the
Councillor.
mover. So, Councillor Wong Tam, on your motion, I didn't catch, when is the staff reporting back, or do you have a date?
I think the staff in their recommendation on the committee report is to report back July of this year. So it'll be the final meeting of this committee before the recess break.
Okay, so as you know, when we approved the inclusionary zoning a few months ago, there were a few sites that were added in that were not included where there's major transit improvements, and we added those sites into the report to report back in June. So that would be part of, that should be included, correct? Because the staff is reporting back in June on some of the sites that were not included in the original inclusionary zoning report that came forward to us.
Thank you, Speaker, for that question. I don't recall the actual properties that were added, but I'm assuming that if previous instruction from this committee to the chief planner was to report back in June, I have every confidence that he'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And since there's no more speakers on this item, motion to approve. I think if committee agrees, we can move it as a package. Everybody's good with that? I think so. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Moving to 32.9. 32.8, Our Plan Toronto Employment Area Conversion Requests, Preliminary Assessments Group 3. We do have speakers on this item. First speaker, David McKay. Good morning, David.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is David McKay. I'm a registered professional planner with MHBC. I represent request number 19 by Monte Casino Inc. And I have provided a letter as well as a presentation. I don't know if I can share the presentation or if staff can put it up. But barring that, I can make my comments to committee.
To the speaker, yes, you'll have an opportunity to share your presentation. One moment, please.
Can you see my screen? There we go. Can you see my screen all right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So the proposal before you is for a conversion request for 3710 Chestwood Drive. This site is located on the north side within 250 meters of the Downsview Park TTC and GO station, as can be seen on the slide. So it is within a major transit station area, as you had just heard about in terms of the initiatives by staff. The proposal, which I think, unfortunately, in the preliminary assessments, and I appreciate staff are dealing with quite a number, did not provide a fulsome details of my client's proposal. And I've heard today, through the first item today, as well as through the number of discussions on the policy matters, the need for affordable housing. And my client, who has owned these lands for over 50 years, wants to make a difference to his community. And as such, the proposal is to redevelop. We have provided detailed plans and reports for 2 35-story buildings on this property, meeting the tall building guidelines, which incorporates 100% affordable housing, 712 units as proposed in this current bill form, as well as a newcomers hotel. My client is a hotel operator on the site today. The market for a hotel in this location is dissipating, and COVID has not assisted. So he's looking to reorient this site, provide back to the community, both in terms of a newcomers hotel, and he's started to reach out with Costi and other providers recognized by the United Way to implement that proposition, as well as 712 affordable housing units. And those affordable housing units are a mixture of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, as you can see on the screen. And the overall employment, which includes retail, commercial, a day nursery at grade, plus the hotel, would increase the employment from 18 jobs to 67 jobs today. We've provided, as just to show you some just visuals, some thoughtful considerations of the site, including animating Shepherd Avenue as well as Chestwood, and through a thoughtful design, architectural design. So what I would request is that committee direct staff to proceed with the conversion on this property in order for the lands to be able to redevelop for a newcomers hotel, as outlined in the proposal, and affordable rental housing components. And staff are very able to do that through policy to the conversions, as they have done in the past. And I respectfully request committee proceed in this direction. I do note that this conversion request is supported by Councillor Pasternak, as well as Deputy Mayor Thompson, who both have written in to the committee. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the speaker? Seeing that, I do have a question. Mr. McKay, you said you were the lawyer?
I'm the planning consultant.
You're the planning consultant. So how do you suggest that we secure the affordable housing on the conversion? What is your suggestion?
So through the conversion process, similar to what happened on OPA 231, as an example, staff did convert under conversions, and they did put in special policies that required certain criteria to be met. So in that regard, through policy, you can implement those items to be secured. Okay. My client is, upon a favorable recommendation of committee, quite willing and able to proceed with a zoning application that would then implement those parameters.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Greg Fry. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Councillor Perruzza? Go right ahead. David, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, sorry about that. Councillor Perruzza has a few questions for you. Your mic is not working? Okay. Mr. McKay, it's okay. It seems like we're having some technical difficulties here in the chambers, but Councillor Prudes is actually saying that his questions are more directly to staff. So we appreciate your deputation today, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Greg Fry. Good morning, Greg. Greg, can you hear me? Good morning, Greg. Mr. McKay, it's okay. It seems like we're having some technical difficulties here in the chambers, but Councillor Prudes is actually saying that his questions are. Greg, can you please mute your YouTube stream so that we can hear you properly? Morning, Greg.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, and if you can please mute the YouTube.
Councillor Prudes is actually saying that his questions are.
Can you hear me, Councillor?
Now we can. Perfect. Go right ahead. You have 5 minutes. What happened? Greg, are you there? Greg, can you please mute your YouTube stream so that we can hear you properly?
Yes, can you hear me properly? Maybe a nod because I can't hear you on the Cisco side.
Oh.
All right, I'm going to go ahead trusting that everyone can hear me.
We can hear you.
Thank you so much, Chair and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Greg Fry. I'm here representing C3 Toronto. I oversee our organization as a business, and I'm one of our location pastors. We're a faith-based organization in Toronto, established in 2013, who've always had a focus on leaving the spaces and the communities that we find ourselves in better than when we first arrived, bringing life to the community through services, community events, and through establishing positive relationships with charitable organizations in our city and supporting their needs. I'm standing before the committee today, having read the city staff's preliminary review on our MCR submission number 69 for 322 and 328 and 330 Geary Avenue, and I'm asking staff to strongly consider our request to add a place of worship to the designated uses. I understand from tuning into many previous planning housing committees on this topic that one of the primary goals of the protection of employment lands is to ensure that people's jobs and people's livelihoods are protected, fueling the continued health and growth of our city and of our province. I also understand that the Geary work study for this surrounding area of the proposal was not considering places of worship in the added uses for these lands. Our proposal to add a place of worship to this site will actually support the initiative of creation of jobs and improvement of livelihood of the community, and it's in line with the desired outcomes of the Geary work study, and I'm here to tell you why. Firstly, I'd like to advise staff and the committee that in 2010, there was a study out of University of Philadelphia assessing the economic impact of faith-based congregations on their surrounding communities, reviewing data from over 40 indicating areas summarized into 7 gross groupings, being open space, direct spending, educational programs, a magnet effect, individual impact, community development, and social and capital care. This study concluded that local faith-based organizations contributed an estimated $52 million to the economic growth of their local communities, leading the authors of the study to conclude that local congregations can now be viewed as critical economic catalysts. Through the fall of 2015 and spring of 2016, an initial study out of the University of Toronto titled The Halo Effect looked at 10 local congregations to test the viability of the Philadelphia methodology in the Canadian context, with some minor revisions intended to reflect Canadian culture, society, and economics, as well as logical changes suggested by the Philadelphia research team in light of their own findings, the project studied economic impact of the same 7 broad areas. When the modified value matrix was applied to the data, a cumulative estimated economic impact of approximately $45 million was revealed. This study concluded that, as in the United States, local congregations in the city of Toronto can be viewed as critical economic catalysts. They serve as economic engines that not only support local economies, but also contribute to the common good of all. Our plan to add a place of worship to these properties on Geary would also serve as an economic catalyst and serve the common good of the surrounding community. Additionally, I want to highlight that this building has historically operated over the past 20 years as the rehearsal factory, which carried a total of 21 staff positions spread across all 6 of their locations through the GTA. As a church, we currently have 14 paid staff positions, and this addition of a place of worship designation would allow us to expand our programs, creating more job opportunities and further economic impact. Some further contributors to livelihood that I would like to highlight are that as a charitable organization, our financial and volunteer resource support of other nonprofits in the city, especially through this difficult time of the pandemic, has allowed them to continue their operations, supporting and maintaining those jobs and benefiting the communities that surround those partners. I believe the chair has received letters of support for our conversion from 8 of our 50 charitable partners across the city. Now I'd like to shift my focus to the relation to the Geary work study. We've read the Geary work study, and I wanted to take a few minutes to present to you how the proposed C3 Toronto facility harmonizes with the 4 core principles of the study, being the support of existing businesses and cultural enterprises, facilitate a vibrant mix of industrial, commercial, cultural, and recreational uses, the enhancement of the public realm, and creating an inviting and exciting street, as well as protection of adjacent neighborhoods from negative impacts.
If you could please wrap up, you're reaching your 5
Well, I actually
minutes.
see that I'm nearly running out of time, so I'd like to summarize. Apologies, committee. Overall, C3 Toronto, we're dedicated to the advancement of faith and the betterment of people's lives and communities. We're looking forward to working with this community to realize this vision, and we're happy to discuss this further with staff and the
Thank
community
you, Mr. Fry.
as the review process continues to next stages. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Any
I seem
questions?
to be having technical difficulties hearing questions, but we could try to answer some questions if needed.
Any questions of the speaker? Just a quick question. Can you hear me, Mr. Fry?
C3 Toronto, we're dedicated to the advancement.
No, okay. Let's proceed to the next speaker. Okay, next we have Mr. Paul Ramirez. Good morning, Paul. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Paul Ramirez. I'm a local musician here in Toronto. I'm here to speak to the effects of the closures of the rehearsal factories that Mr. Fry just spoke about. And I also wanted to shed some light onto the employment opportunities that the rehearsal factory supplied. It wasn't so cut and dry as to the employees that benefited from being employed by rehearsal factory directly. These were musician workspaces that closed. Right now in Toronto, we're kind of at a cross where we're losing the majority of the supply of music rehearsal spaces, outlined by a report from the Toronto Music Office, Mike Tanner's office, recently in January. We've lost at least 150 rehearsal spaces in Toronto in the last year due to mostly the rehearsal factory building closures on Richmond, Front Street, and now on Geary. The employment opportunities that these places supplied or provided are incalculable. There are more than one musician or one group of musicians using these spaces at a time. And these are career musicians, these are professional musicians, as well as hobbyist musicians. It's incalculable to know how many businesses, as far as like bands, musical acts, benefit from these spaces and have lost their workspaces. So I'm kind of irked to hear that he dumbed it down to just the employees that worked for Rehearsal Factory who also lost their jobs. But musicians have lost workspaces in the city, and another affordability issue, besides housing, and affordability that way, there are no more affordable places for musicians to work on music. And these were some of the last, this was kind of the last bastion of great spaces. So I'm pleading with I'm asking the City Planning and Housing Committee to not consider the church's zoning amendment and to uphold the zoning, because these are the last spaces that musicians have to use, and I don't think the community is really looking forward to a 1,400 capacity church auditorium being built on Geary. And I think we need to protect these worker and maker and art spaces, and the corridor like Geary, a dead end street flanked by railroad tracks and industrial buildings, was kind of the perfect place for these spaces to be homed. So I just ask that the recommendation sticks, that we don't see a church on Geary, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Paul, and thanks for your comments.
Thank you very much.
Thank
No
you.
worries. Have a good day.
You too. Next, we have Jonathan Sasso. Good morning, Jonathan. Can you hear me?
Morning.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes.
How are you?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, members of committee. My name is Jonathan Sasso. I'm a senior planner from Humphreys Planning Group in Vaughan. We are the agent and planning consultant for the Village of Duke Heights landowners, a group of landowners with properties located within the proposed Keelfinch secondary plan, as well as the proposed Finch West protected major transit station area. We have reviewed the March 10, 2022 staff report respecting employment area conversion request preliminary assessments group 3. And while we do not agree with staff's preliminary assessment of the proposed employment conversion request, which is identified as request number 064, we are also concerned with the lack of notice provided to the applicants and their agents in advance of today's meeting and the release of staff's preliminary assessment report. Following the submission of our client's employment area conversion request in July of 2021, we have followed up with staff on a number of occasions to understand the status of their review and anticipated timelines moving forward. We have also requested meetings with planning and policy staff to discuss the proposal, as well as clarify certain aspects and components of our employment conversion request. To date, all of our requests have gone without response. It is also my understanding that this has been the case for several other conversion requests. We would like to express our concern with the lack of transparency and communication in this process. As you may be aware, in addition to the employment area conversion request, a user fee in the amount of $20,000, as well as a number of background technical studies, were commissioned and submitted in support of the request, which is more consistent with the planning application process, where open dialogue and communication between applicants and staff is expected. Further, it is unclear how staff can offer a preliminary assessment of the proposal to committee without consulting with applicants first. Today, we ask the committee to defer consideration of this item and refer it back to staff for further consideration and stakeholder input consultation and provide us with ample time to review the materials and prepare a response to the concerns raised by staff. We would also like to formally request that to be provided with proper notice of any meetings of council, committees of council, community council, or public community consultation meetings, where matters related to the employment area conversion request are to be considered. That concludes my remarks for today, and I would be happy to answer any questions of committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Jim Karagianis. Good morning, Jim. Oh, okay. We can move to the next speaker. Majid Tabakali. Good morning, Majid. Oh, no, not here either. Okay. Next, we have Mike Bennett. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Thanks very much. My apologies for the confusion. W&D Associates is the planning agent working on behalf of Majid Tavakoli, hence the confusion there. But we've, as authorized by the current owners of the site located at 4800 to 4830 Shepherd Avenue East, and acting on behalf of Terrebonne Developments, have submitted an employment conversion request for those lands. Having reviewed the preliminary assessment of staff, we're disappointed to learn the staff have recommended against the conversion request. I'd like to briefly acknowledge that we have submitted written comments in response to the specific reasons for staff's recommendation at this time. I'll refer very briefly to those comments in my comments today. Top of the list is staff's indication that the certainty and timing of the proposed Shepherd TTC subway station along the Scarborough subway extension is currently unknown. Construction is underway on the Scarborough subway extension, as we know, with groundbreaking commencing in June 2021. And RFPs have been issued as well on station design and construction as well. We feel it's appropriate at this time, given the location of our site within 500 to 800 meters walking distance of this planned station, that approval of the conversion request in order to facilitate a development application concurrent with the construction of the Scarborough subway is appropriate. We would also like to acknowledge that the shorting station MTSA, which was discussed in the earlier agenda item, number 7, has been indicated in draft OPA 575, immediately adjacent to the site and perhaps within the site itself, which indicates an emerging land use scenario for the site, which would certainly support a mix of uses as well. We've been working with Terrebonne on a number of projects, and they've partnered on this project with the Safe Haven project for community living. Safe Haven delivers deeply affordable housing, including supportive housing, for a variety of communities that need, including people with developmental disabilities and complex care needs. As indicated in correspondence to you, the Chair, just yesterday, from Susan Bassalin, CEO of Safe Haven, Terrebonne and Safe Haven intend to provide affordable housing on this site in the order of up to 200 affordable units, which is currently contemplated. However, we're also, given the size and configuration of the site, we are also capable of replacing the existing employment GFA and in fact providing additional employment GFA on the site, and then adding new residential uses, including these aforementioned affordable units as well. We've engaged with communication with Councillor Lai, who has expressed her support for our conversion request and relayed her support to staff. And we've also made arrangements to discuss the conversion request with staff starting next week. And we look forward to further discussions. I'll close my remarks for now. I'd be happy to open the floor for questions.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. I believe that concludes our list of speakers. Correct? Okay. We can now proceed to questions of staff. Are there any visiting members that have questions of staff? No. Any members of the committee with questions of staff? Councillor Perks.
I just want to confirm that city staff followed all the correct notice provisions in filing this report with us?
Through the chair, there were no statutory notice provisions that apply to this report. This is a report that provides the basis for future consultation, which we will give notice for. And other than the clerk's notice procedures, they were all followed.
Thank you. That's what I thought.
Any other members of the committee with questions of staff? I do have one question. To the chief planner, I've heard a lot of people with proposals with lots of affordable housing, which is fantastic. It's great. What tools are these applications proposing for us to secure this affordable housing?
Well, I mean, we're not quite there yet in terms of what council needs to consider in looking at the municipal comprehensive review. Council needs to, and these are all the main ingredients that will come to you in a July timeline. Report on final recommendations on all of these conversion requests, but also our municipal land needs assessment. To meet the provincial requirements, we have to give council advice on how much land is needed to meet the provincial forecasts for employment and population. So these are ingredients that council needs to have in front of it in order to assess these conversion requests. We also need to consider a threshold issue on many of these sites as to whether or not residential is actually an appropriate land use, and then layer in, and I know this sounds complicated, but layer in how we deliver affordable housing. And typically we secure, in the new world, we will secure affordable housing through the application of the PMTSA if we decided that residential is appropriate in proximity to those transit stations. So there are a number of ingredients that have to go into the recipe for you to get to a point where you might possibly consider affordable housing, and we're just not there yet.
And through the PMTSAs, are you going to be able to secure above what the inclusionary zoning stipulates?
If a PMTSA ultimately is on these lands, we will be able to secure the amount of inclusionary zoning that would be guided by the inclusionary zoning bylaw. So let's say we get there on an individual application 3 or 4 years from now, we will apply the inclusionary zoning rate that applies. Again, these are different market areas, you'll recall, from council's adoption, and different percentages. So it will depend on where you are in the city.
Okay. Thank you. If there's no more questions, we'll move to speakers. Visiting councillors that wish to speak on this item. Councillor Mantas.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues. I come here today to speak about this item on 32.8, where we have, in my ward, I have a large employment area that right now is under the MCR redesignation and consideration. The area has one of the largest employment areas, and with many different uses. And because of those uses, we are trying to see how we can have a lot more affordable housing, different kinds of manufacturing and employment on the sites. And by having also a GO rail that goes through the entire ward, it makes it a lot more difficult to be able to see how everything can come together in a holistic manner to have concept of the 15-minute city and sustainable uses on these properties. And because of these reasons, I'm asking that our staff would be able to take their due diligence as they are, but to be able to finalize their assessments on the environmental impacts that will be on these sites, and that's why I am asking and moving a motion that will assist to be able to finalize their due diligence before the July meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any visiting councillors that wish to speak on this item? Councillor Perusa, I see that you've joined us back
Sorry,
again.
on point of order, Speaker, or Chair?
Yes.
Councillor Mantis said he was moving a motion. I saw no motion. Do we know what's going on with that?
Yeah, if clerks can display the motion that Councillor Mantis has asked one of us to take carriage of. Can you see it, Councillor? No, not yet. We can't see it yet. Can we bring it down, Councillor? Okay. Visiting members to speak? Okay, I'll go to members of the committee and then come back to you, Councillor. Members of the committee that wish to speak on this item? Are there any members of the committee that wish to speak on the item? I know that Councillor Nunziata would like to speak. Go ahead, Councillor.
Sure.
Are you ready, Councillor Perusa?
Not to speak, Madam Chair, but.
Okay, so let's have Councillor Nunziata speaking, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Councillor Nunziata, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I do have 3 motions that I would like to move that staff has assisted me on. On this one here, which would be we can put the motion on the screen. A. Yeah, so for the staff to report back on for Lawrence Avenue, Benton, to specifically add in Colville Avenue for consideration on that area to be included in the other applications I went through previously. And the next one is B, which I'm asking that I request the chief planner and executive director, city planning, to include these assessments, which is including Riding Avenue, 121, 116, 126, 142 Riding Avenue, which will give an opportunity to meet with the landowners and to report back April 27th. And the next one is on behalf of Councillor Grimes. He has sent a letter. Put that on the screen. Staff to report to Planning and Housing as part of the MCR process on the conversion request for block of land 340, 350, 360, 64 Evans Avenue, 1214, 16 Arnold, to meters of employment space being proposed as part of a mixed-use development could be secured by the city as a condition of approval by use of stratified title and restrictive covenants on the land. So I'm moving this on behalf of Councillor Grimes. Councillor Grimes did send a letter asking that this motion be moved on his behalf. And those are my motions.
Ziada, if you could, there's Councillor Pasternak has also had a request, and I used to represent this area for, there's Cheswood Drive, York Center, request 019, it would be on page 16. If you could include that as well, I think Councillor Pasternak would be very, very grateful to you.
Sure, I'll move that on behalf of Councillor Pasternak. We can put the motion on the screen.
Perfect, thank you.
That's for 3710 Cheswood.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza, would you like to speak on this item? Or those were just, that was the request you had?
You know, that was the request.
Great,
Madam
thank you.
Speaker,
We can move on.
Sorry, I don't know where we are. I would like to ask the mover of the motion some questions.
Councillor Nunziati, you have questions on your motions? Go
Yes.
ahead, Councillor Perks.
Yes, Councillor Perks, yes. You have a
Okay,
question?
on your motion, thank you. On your motion B, you're asking staff to report directly back to us in April.
Right.
Without doing the consultation?
No, there is, well, what
So
I'm
you're
asking,
effectively taking it out of the consultation that staff is recommending and saying, don't bother consulting on this, just report back in April.
no, there will be consultations before April.
But the recommendation, so staff have said to us in their recommendations that we take this lot out, this group 3 out, and consult on them and come back in July. And you're saying, don't do that on this particular property, but rather just come back in, what, 4 weeks and tell us what you think. Isn't that the effect of your motion, B?
Yeah, and to come back and for an opportunity for me as the counselor to meet with the landowners, because I haven't had an opportunity to meet with
I wasn't asking about your ability to meet with the landowners. You're free to meet with whomever you want. I'm asking about the effect on staff's recommended consultation period.
Yeah, no, I'm not deleting the process where the staff have the consultation. No, I'm not.
I'm afraid.
Well, maybe, you know, Councillor Perks, maybe
Chair, I need to
yeah,
understand.
yeah, I understand Councillor Perks and I respect that. So maybe I need to reword the motion. So you're correct. I apologize for that.
No, that's fine. This
Yeah.
is complicated stuff.
No,
That's
I know,
why
and yeah, you're correct. So I'll have to reword the motion. So if we can just, we'll amend the motion and then present it later, okay?
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
He's right. And the way this report is
Yeah.
the way this report. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
We're not having a conversation here.
Yeah,
Councillor
okay.
Perks' question, Councillor Nunziata.
Councillor Perruzza
Are you
wanted
done
to
with your
speak.
questions, Councillor
Yeah.
Perks?
I'm going to have to look at the other motions and think about them. Thank you. Yeah.
The one for the Lawrence and Colville staff drafted that motion for me. And then the third one, I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Grimes.
All motions are asking for continuing dialogue. That's
Yes.
basically what it is. Okay, Councillor Perruzza, go ahead. You may speak.
Madam Chair, in light of that, I'm okay not to speak. I will have a motion at council, which I'd like to introduce myself, that does that looks at this a little differently. So I'm okay with what's being proposed here now. However,
Councillor.
there are some things in here that I do disagree with, and I will deal with later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because this report is not going to council, just for your information. Only in July it will go to council, the final report.
When they include the other, so then I would be in your hands, because there is one here that I would like for our staff not to do any further consultation on. Their employment lands. I haven't been able to understand why, and I had some questions for staff, and I missed that opportunity. So I would like to just simply stop the work on that. If Councillor Nunziata would entertain a motion to that effect, and then be done with that, and then that would clear up, and staff would have less work to do. It's
So Councillor
the item
Prusa,
number is,
I can take carriage of such motion, so if you want to prepare it, I haven't spoken, so I will definitely take care
Sure,
of that motion, if you want to work with
then
staff
I will
on
do,
that.
and so then, how would the staff want that worded? To basically, stop the work on that and just retain those lands.
May I suggest
industrially.
that you go offline and contact Carrie or Jeff? I'm sure they'll be able
Where are
to
they?
assist you. Online. If you send them a message, I can,
Yeah, how would I do that?
I can send you an email with their email.
Who would be the person? Maybe if they can send me an email.
Okay,
Sure.
if
text
Carrie
message.
and Jeff can contact Councillor Prusa to prepare the wording for such motion, that would be appreciated. Thank you, Councillor. Bringing into committee other members of the committee that wish to speak on this item. Seeing none, I'm going to give the courtesy to Councillor Perruzza to have a chance to work, given that it's less work for our members. I will take carriage of that motion, and so I'll stand this item down, and so we can work on these motions and come back, and we'll proceed to the next item. And the next item that we have, let me just get this, is Toronto Heritage Survey Phase 1 and Heritage Planning Process Update. We don't have speakers on the item. Councillor Wong Tam held the item. Do you have questions of staff, Councillor?
I do, Madam.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Chair, thank you. Can staff provide some additional details or advice on what work has been done to define and protect cultural heritage? This is, of course, on top and aside of the work that's being done to protect built form heritage.
Through the chair, I don't believe we have economic development staff here who are leading the cultural districts program, but maybe Gary or Mary can give us a quick snapshot of that work that's underway by our friends in economic development and culture.
Sure, I can kick that out to the chair. Good morning. We're still, as you know, figuring out the relationship between the Heritage Survey work and the cultural district work. It's clearly a fundamental part of understanding cultural districts, knowing what the history and significance of certain areas are, as well as seizing on the opportunity to list or designate properties that are related to the cultural values of those cultural districts. It would be our intention, given staffing resources, we'd have to bump up a little bit, but to do work and surveys in tandem. But we haven't, it wouldn't be our leadership that would be figuring out the kind of, the process of determining where cultural districts are. That'll come out of the review that EDCT are doing. And then we'll be there, I'm sure, with not just Heritage, but with all of city planning to support that work as needed.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm just curious, cultural districts that are being worked on, or the concept that's being worked on by ECDEV, it doesn't necessarily speak to one individual property. It sort of speaks to sort of the ecosystem of what happened in a particular place. So is there any responsibility or perhaps any obligation from heritage planning staff to look at the cultural aspect of a single property that's not connected to a wider district? Or is that something that's just not on the radar and perhaps not permitted under the provincial legislation?
No, that actually, through the chair, that is certainly a part of the work that we already do. With the individual properties, if we're not looking at a planning study, it's a little bit more difficult to do the work that's needed, which is very much community outreach work and to understand the cultural value. But we've I think, done a really good job in identifying in a number of our reports the cultural history that is embedded in those bricks and mortar. And that is certainly showing that our buildings represent more than just architecture. They represent cultures and history. So we pick that out where we can, and I think we actually are able to find that out pretty easily. The problem is if we're working on an individual property that's coming in through development, and we have a limited amount of time now through the provincial legislation to sort of reach out, but we are folding into our survey work more subtle, intense, and diverse modes of consultation so that we can identify a variety of cultures and values that are within all of our areas.
And so for properties that are not yet on the survey or the completion of the work, whether it's a listing or designation, how do we ensure we can try to protect those assets while staff are completing the work that's before them, as they're trying to clear the backlog and request for investigation of heritage evaluation of potential properties? And at the same time, you were noting earlier in your comment that you could always use more staff. And I guess the staffing issues is really the question I want to get to. How do we protect the assets we have when you are, I guess, notably understaffed?
Well, I would let Greg speak to the issue of staffing, but I would say that the opportunity of the Toronto Heritage Survey is to look at questions such as yours in a coordinated way, so that as we've been working in this pilot phase, really trying to understand how to do surveys with a combination of depth and efficiency, which is always a complicated thing. So we've been in that pilot phase. At some point, we will be moving out across the city in ways that are unrelated to necessarily growth areas or development. And that's sort of the future state that we have to get to. The only way we're going to be able to really adequately protect things is to get out in front of what's happening. That, again, is the opportunity of the survey. And I think the work that we're doing in supporting the planning studies, which are happening in areas that are undergoing substantial transformation, is yielding a lot of benefit in terms of identifying those potential heritage properties, the multiple listings. We've made revisions to our terms of reference for heritage impact assessments. We're introducing new types of reports that we're going to ask consultants to do. Part of it is making sure that it's not just a staff kind of chasing projects and buildings. We need to continue to work with owners and the development community to do front-end due diligence that is shared with the city so that we can work together.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff?
I
Seeing
have
none?
one. I have
Oh,
one, yeah.
Councilor Nunziata.
Yeah, I just have one last question on attachment to the survey areas which are completed or underway. So I'm asking on the one for the Weston Phase 2 that's been going on for a few years now. So just a question, like, do you have any idea when we're going to get near the end? Or the reason I ask that is because there's a lot of committee of adjustment applications coming in Weston, which are homes, heritage homes that are part of the Phase 2 study. And because we haven't completed the study, they're going for severance. And there's a number of applications coming in. And so we don't have any protection.
Through the chair, one of the things I'm actually going to, after I speak, I'm going to ask Gary Miedema to give a more fulsome update on the Weston progress. But we are monitoring committee of adjustment applications for properties within the area. We are within our system making sure that divisionally we understand work that's happening in areas for a C of A so that we can address them singly. But we are, of course, then in a situation where we are evaluating their individual value, which isn't always the same as the value within a conservation district or within a district area. Gary, can I ask that you speak to the progress on the Weston work?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Councillor, we communicated with your office fairly recently, I think, with an update on Weston, but we're looking at a Q2 2023 completion of that study following the council break, and we can come back with a report. And I appreciate your concern and your monitoring of that study. It's been underway for some time.
Okay, it's just that we have so many committee of adjustment applications coming forward, which we're fighting all the time. Okay, thank you. As long as the committee of adjustment, when these applications come in, that they do consult with you, because we do need comments from you when these applications come forward.
Noted, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other members with questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers on the item? Seeing none, motion to, are you moving the motions,
Oh,
Councilor Wong-Tam?
I can move the motions, but I just want to speak very, very quickly
Go
to
ahead.
the matter. Thank you. I just want to thank staff for this report. I recognize the issue of heritage planning is not always one that's enthusiastically embraced, especially since it takes a long time to really assess the properties. There are many considerations for valuation, and of course, it's all sitting within a legislative framework that can then be contested. And oftentimes there's significant objection from the property owner because they believe it actually interferes with their property rights or thereabouts. I'm just mindful that, you know, as we're seeing the effects of Bill 108 and city planning and heritage staff are doing everything they can to sort of catch up and make sure that the properties that deserve and are worthy of heritage, protection are going to be making it on the list. The inventory, as noted in the report, the heritage inventory, established back in the 1970s with 450 properties, now has over 10,000 properties listed on that inventory. I did quick math. I'm not sure how accurate it is, but I think by my calculation, that's adding about 200 properties per year over the past 45 years. And yet, I think most of us can recognize 200 properties, given the size of the city, the complexity of the city, the rapid intensification across the city. We're constantly behind the 8 ball. And I would note that many of the potential listings that came online might have happened during the last few terms that we have all been participating in. So clearly there's a lot to do, and the fact that the COVID pandemic set staff back with respect to their hiring was not great. But I guess my message to staff is, I know you folks are busy. I know that you're under-resourced. I know this is a very complicated system that is now being established, and it's new. So please do everything you can to accelerate the work, and I know that you're trying as hard as you can. But I hope that within the body and the discipline of city planning and urban planning is that you have all the supports necessary from the chief planner and to all the senior managers, is that this item before us, this body of work before us, has got to be prioritized. So if there is going to be any tussling over resources through the budget process again, please make sure that this doesn't necessarily take a back burner position, that it has to be at the forefront of what city planning and heritage planning are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor, Councillor Wong-Tam moved the motion. Opposed, that carries. That brings us to item 32.12, 14 Duncan Street. Notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We have one speaker on the item, Philip Goldsmith. Good morning, Philip. No, Philip is not here. Okay, so that was it. That was the only speaker. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, as any speakers? Seeing none, I can move this recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, that takes us to 15. 32.15, 778 King Street West, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We do have speakers. Matthew Helfand. Good morning, Matthew.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I am. Good morning. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and members of committee, my name is Matthew Helfand, and I'm a lawyer at the firm of Airden Burles LLP. We act for the owner of 778 King Street West. Before you is a letter from Miss Eileen Costello dated March 21, 2022, and I'm here to request further to that letter that item PH 32.15 concerning this notice of intent to designate our client's property should be pulled from the agenda on the basis that council does not have the statutory authority to issue this notice, having missed the 90-day deadline following delivery of notice of complete application for a rezoning of this property. In the report that's before you, and was before the Toronto Preservation Board as well, from the Senior Manager of Heritage Planning, it's described that there are Bill 108 amendments to the Ontario Heritage Act, which did take effect in July 2021. What these amendments do, among other amendments, is restrict the ability of council to give notice of intent to designate after the city clerk gives notice of a complete rezoning application. The report before you also states that our client's Planning Act application was deemed complete on January 14th, 2022. And the report then states that the notice of intent to designate must be issued by council by April 14th, 2022, 90 days later. This timing, however, is not correct. Our client's Planning Act application was deemed complete as of November 17th, 2021. Adopting the 90-day calculation that's in the staff report, this means that the deadline to issue a notice of intent to designate was February 15th, not April 14th. There are a few key points of timing and context that are from Ms. Costello's letter, which I'd like to highlight for you, which describe the timeline of events that occurred after our client filed its complete application for rezoning. On December 7th, 2021, our client received a letter from Ms. McDonald. This letter acknowledged our client's rezoning application and also acknowledged that council is required to issue its notice of intent to designate within 90 days of the complete application, recognizing the Bill 108 amendments. This letter stated specifically that city planning would be required to bring a notice of intent to designate report to the February 2nd and 3rd meeting of council to meet this deadline unless our client agreed to provide a waiver. There was no waiver provided. Subsequently, on January 5th, 2022, our client received a letter identifying that the rezoning application was deemed complete, retroactive November 17th, 2021. Following that, there was another letter, January 14th, 2022, which was the clerk's issuance of the notice of complete application letter. But this was not the date of the complete application. I assume that this is where the reference to January 14th comes from, but the complete application date was November 17th, 2021. That is what the city's notice provided. And the city has no statutory authority to find that an application is complete any other date than the date in which it is received and complete, whether that's for the purposes of the Planning Act or whether it's for calculating 90 days under the Ontario Heritage Act and its regulations. The 90-day deadline introduced in the OHA through Bill 108 has passed. And in Ms. McDonald's December 7th letter, she did state that the 90-day deadline requires an intent to designate report be brought to the February 2nd meeting of council. That's entirely consistent with our interpretation of the statute. The deadline that you have before you in the report of April 14th, 2022 is based on an incorrect complete application date. Without the statutory authority to proceed with this notice of intent to designate, it's my respectful submission that this committee should remove this item from the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Any questions of staff? Councilor Nunziata.
Yes, if I can just have staff comment on the comments made by the deputy.
Thank you through the.
Madam Chair, perhaps I could comment. Legal has reviewed the matter, and our initial review indicates that the matter is properly before the committee. Certainly, we're happy to have discussions with the applicant's solicitor prior to the April 6th council meeting, but it's our view that the matter is properly before you for the purpose of making a decision today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers on the item? Seeing none, I do have a motion. And just for the other members of the committee, this is a motion that was asked that we move. Okay. Move it as a package. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Moving along, item 32.16, request for Metrolinx to give a presentation related to the Ontario line in the vicinity of Queen Street West and University Avenue. We do have speakers on the item. Just get my list. Sandra Scholl. Sandra?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Sandra. Go right ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Sandra Scholl, and I'm Chair of the Toronto Preservation Board. And I'd like to thank you first for allowing us to bring this motion to you. The only thing I would like to mention right off the bat is that the date of our May meeting for Preservation Board is May 10th, not May the 5th. That was my mistake. But our purpose is not to stop a Metrolinx station at all. It's good, believe me. It's to understand better how Metrolinx is addressing this cultural landscape, which includes 2 very important heritage buildings on the northwest and northeast corners, which should be of special interest to the province, since they relate to the heritage site of the provincial courts. And the one on the west side, Campbell House, is the home of a former Chief Justice and the last existing house from the original town of York. It dates to 1822, and it was moved, if you've ever seen the photos, it's breathtaking, from its site, which was where George Brown College's, I believe it's the Culinary Art School now stands, over to that site. So there's a real correlation between the two. This item came to our attention when discussing a totally different matter on about the building on the southwest corner, which is a heritage building and a former federal building. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have about our motion. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Ainsley, go right ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Ms. Shaw. Sir, Sandra, could you just elaborate a bit on what you would like to see us do as a municipality?
Well, we don't know what we'd like you to do at this point until we hear the presentation from the province. The reason we want a presentation from the province is it's their project. So just as in Preservation Board meetings, we have the developer or the architect present to us so that we can question. We, as the advisory board to City Council on heritage matters, would like to be better informed at this stage as to where they are in their planning process and what they intend to do. Given that this is a very important cultural site. This intersection represents a very important part of our culture that actually predates the city of Toronto.
Okay, so I guess it'd be important for the city to make sure or express to Metrolinx their understanding of these 3 pieces of property, and in particular this intersection, and what their specific plans are and how they would impact these 3 buildings.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Speakers on the item? No speakers on the item. I do have the small motion to amend the date of the meeting as per the speakers. Just want to make sure that we have it right on the motion. So move it as a package. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, item 18. We don't have speakers on this item, correct? No. Are there any questions of staff?
Which item are you speaking about?
It is item 17, short-term rental update and regulations
17,
enforcement issues. Questions of staff?
You had said 18. You
I
had
know.
said 18.
I know.
I do have a motion, sorry.
Do you have questions of staff, Councillor?
I have, I think there'll probably be more later, but we are kind of really looking at a review because of the situation.
So if there's no questions of staff, moving on to speakers, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I do have a motion, and if we can see it, I'm running out of my video here now. I wonder if it could be put up, please.
Councillor, staff do not
It's my letter. It's in the letter.
Oh, okay,
It's
the
in
letter. Okay, so the recommendations in the letter? Okay.
Hang on just one second. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was sent in. There's the recommendation. The Executive Director, in consultation with the Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, provide an update on short-term rental market and regulations, including any enforcement challenges, including ghost hotels and bylaw interpretation to the April 27th meeting of the Planning and Housing Committee. And in particular, I think we all know we're talking about bylaw, I think it's 547. We have had a letter, whether or not, if you can hire somebody to be your operator, are you still able to be charged with running illegal short-term rental? And I think this is a pretty important issue. So it really behooves us to get to the bottom of it. Sorry for my screen moving around like that, Chair. Really behooves us to get to the bottom of this. As we've noted so many times, there are a lot of short-term rentals. I think one could say that the staff said they're going to go out and start big enforcement on basements and other things, but there has been a lot of attention on ghost hotels and the fact that we can't get a handle on ghost hotels. And I know I say this every time, and Councillor Wong-Tam, I'm not singling you out, but when I go home on Dundas, I can tell you there's two big condo buildings there that essentially are just ghost hotels. How do I know that? Because there's Ubers out front and people with luggage all the time, in and out, in and out. That should be a really, really good clue. But then it turns out that if somebody, apparently, and I think we need to get to the bottom of it, it turns out if somebody who owns 10 condos in there hires somebody to be their property manager for their condos, they're kind of, at this point, the interpretation that we're getting from staff is that they're out of the picture now, that they can simply do that. That's a way around the bylaw. And yet others are saying there's no way around the bylaw. It's not legal to do that. And I think we need to sort that one out. I think many of us have been frustrated by, I get frustrated when I see that number of bags, that number of people, that number of Ubers, that many of lifts, people coming and going so casually. They're not there for 28 days. They're there for a short-term stay. We need to get to the bottom of this. Can I make you, Madam Chair, my short-term, my property manager, have 15 condos and say I'm renting them for more than 28 days because I'm renting them technically to you and then you're subleasing them. If that's how we're getting around the bylaw, we need to know about it and we need to deal with it because that was never anticipated when we set this up. It was not anticipated to have loopholes. It was anticipated to be able to really and truly be able to police this and enforce bringing units back on the market. I don't have to remind my colleagues that when we started out, there was about 18,000. And now, after the pandemic, we're down to around 3.5. Where did they go? Where did 14,000 units disappear to? Well, didn't move back in there. I believe they may have found their way around. That's up to us, and it's up to our staff, directed by this committee, to find out what's going on. We need to clarify in however we need to, including if we need to have third-party legal assistance on this, to clarify how the bylaw is applied, how it is being applied, is it being applied properly, are we missing a loophole here, and what do we need to do? If there are that many units that are sitting out there, still technically compliant, apparently, given our interpretation, but also removed from the market. And here we are talking about housing now. We're getting 200 units here, we're getting 400 units there, we're getting 12 units there. I think we need to force this together, and that's why I've asked the Housing Secretariat, because MLS is interested in enforcement. The Housing Secretariat lives, breathes, and spends all of its time trying to figure out how to ensure we have affordable housing and that there's rental supply, et cetera, in our city. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not hiring you to be my property manager. That would just make sense.
Thank you. Any other speaker? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do have a quick motion to, and it's a friendly amendment to Councillor Fletcher's excellent letter of recommendation to this committee. And then that's to ensure that when staff are reporting back, it's also to have them review the midterm market 30 days plus rentals, including any third-party international student housing providers. Madam Chair, I've become aware of some really disturbing situations that are taking place in our ward. And actually, it goes beyond, obviously, Toronto Centre and Ward 13. What we've now learned is that there are, apartments, purpose-built apartments and condominiums that are being used as student housing. And it seems to be very well orchestrated, professionally managed and run. If you go visit their websites, they look like businesses that are entirely obviously on the up and up. But really, what it is, it's working through the loopholes. And so I entirely agree with Councillor Fletcher in wanting to close those darn loopholes, because what I'm hearing is really harmful effects to students, and in this case, international students who are so new to the city. They don't have family here, they don't have a lot of resources, and they are being preyed upon. Companies such as Pearson Housing and Toronto Luxury Suites are leasing units throughout Toronto. They're subletting them to international students on short-term basis. It's not clear to me whether or not the original landlord or property owner is aware of what these companies are doing. These properties are in 100 Wellesley Street East, 140 Carlton Street, 1100 King Street West, and apparently it's becoming a bigger and bigger issue. They're also operating in some cases in multiple cities. And the business model that they have is that they'll take the head lease of an apartment unit, and then they in turn create new tenancies, and they market specifically for student housing and international students. These terms are oftentimes 30 days of rental, and sometimes up to 4 months at a time. And what they'll do is they'll increase the rent at the end of the term. So imagine this, you're there as an international student, you've got a semester or a year at a school, you're supposed to be coming back to finish your 4-year degree, and you're literally going for a month-to-month rental term. At the end of that 1 month or 2 months or 3 or 4 month terms, the landlord can then jack up your rent. And what we've heard now is that sometimes the rent goes up by 25% or greater, or there's a request for the international students to move out. This is operating under some type of Airbnb model, although it's not captured in our short-term rental regulations. This is not purpose-built student housing, and they're taking a look at taking advantage of populations that are new to the city without adequate resources or systems of support. They oftentimes put 3 students in a 1-bedroom apartment or a bachelor by segmenting their apartments, by creating partitions using bookshelves or IKEA room dividers, and it is just an egregious situation. I want to protect these students to make sure that they don't lose their housing, that they stay housed, but I also want to protect them by making sure that they're not left to predatory sort of property management behavior. This is a responsibility, I believe, that we have to take a look at the city. I urge the province to do everything they can to protect these international students. They are really left alone when they're coming here for the first time. First time away from family. Their families are spending a lot of money to send these kids to our cities to get a prestigious Canadian university or college education, and then they become prey and fodder. So I can't, I can tell you that, I'm really hot under the collar just speaking about it, just because it's been such an upsetting situation to uncover in our ward. And I'm hoping that staff can do everything they can to bring back a report to help us close those loopholes and to shut down this type of predatory behavior. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for bringing this issue forward. We definitely did not expect these loopholes, and I agree 100%. We need to close them. We need to act fast. We need to ensure that we are on top of this and that the bylaw is operating the way that we envisioned it, and that homes are back to being homes of people, not vacation places. So with that, all those in favor? Can we move it as a package? Oh, just the amendment. Okay. So we're just moving on the amendment. That's what been informed. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. So let's go back to 8, and hopefully we can vote on the motions. I will take carriage of Councillor Manta's motion, and I am taking carriage of a motion that Councillor Ainsley asked me to move. And Councillor Perruzza has spoken to staff, and there's no need to move a motion. So staff has asked that we vote on these individually for the benefit of the public, which we agree. So let's make sure we start displaying the motions one by one and we can have a vote.
Sorry, Chair. Do we have an amended version of Councillor Nunziata's B?
Yes, I amended that, yeah. But we're going to display motion by motion, so also the public sees the motions that we're voting on. Okay, first motion moved by Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor?
Sorry, sorry, I'm just looking at the amendment. Please advise. Thank you.
It was not on this motion that we moved the amendment, Councillor?
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Okay, all right. This would come to the meeting on the 27th.
Yes.
And just to be clear, it removes the portion of the motion that deleted it from the consultation, right?
Yes, Councillor Perks. This one actually, we didn't notice, this one also had the April date, and staff is just amending this one as well.
Okay.
Sorry, be clearer on that, amending which part, the April date or consultation or?
That one?
That one that's on the screen, it was staff that drafted this up for me.
Yeah. If we remove it, they can report back in April if they so wish. Okay. All those in favor?
Well, it's just a report request for April, correct?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. To our committee, not to council. Okay.
It's everything through our committee. Amendment 2. All those in favor? Carries. Motion C. All those in favor?
Wait a second. We don't have the date of that. There's no date.
No, they're reporting back as they report back in the batches. So we're leaving to staff to report.
I'm sorry. We don't have a date, then I have a little concern because we can run out of time and then we're in the, we haven't formally made a decision and then we're in a appeal period. I think.
Councillor, there's a process in the report that they're following. That was actually the concern of Councillor Pertz, is that by putting a date, we're not following that process. So that's why the dates were removed, so that nobody's asking to change that process. Everybody is just saying, continue the conversation, continue the dialogue, and report back on the conversations that you're having. That's why there's no dates, because we don't want to change the process that staff had.
Fine, okay. All right.
All those in favor?
Thank you so much.
That carries. One more. All those in favor? Motion D. Opposed? That carries. Motion. This is my motion. Okay, you removed the date. Yep. Is this your motion, Mantis? This is Ainsley, yeah. This was also staff's drafted. Okay, all those in favor? That carries. And now the motion on behalf of Councillor Mantis. All those in favor? That carries. Item is amended. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, we'll now break for lunch. We have one item left for after lunch, which is item 32.4. Thank you, members. I remind everyone we will be back at 2:30. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We have one item left on the agenda, 32.4 RentSafeTO update report. We're going to start with speakers, and first speaker, we have Gordon Bryant. Good afternoon, Gordon.
Sorry, Chair,
Yes.
just before you start, I just want the members to know I have pre-circulated a motion. They can see it on CMP.
Thank you for sharing that, Councillor. Very helpful. Good afternoon, Gordon.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Gordon Bryant, and I'm a member of ACORN's Weston chapter. ACORN, of course, is a community union fighting for social and economic justice. I'm speaking to you today because despite being theoretically started in 2017, RentSafe has still not been fully implemented. Tenants are still living in substandard housing, the overwhelming majority of calls to 311 go unresolved, and there's still no RentSafe related signage in or on apartment buildings. Over the past few years, calls to 311 have increased dramatically from 4,391 in 2017 to 7,061 in 2021. But the number of calls resulting in an order actually went down from 792 in 2017 to 494 in 2021. Tenants do not feel like they're being heard. And that's just the ones who know about 311. I can tell you from experience and from all the tenants I've spoken to in my work with ACORN that most people don't even know that there's a number they can call to complain about living conditions at their building, despite building quality concerns being widespread. Inspectors are a great solution to this if they're backed up by enforcement. In the most recent budget, a modest allowance was made to hire 7 more bylaw officers, but we're still incredibly far from having the number we need if we're going to deal with this problem by doing proactive inspection and building assessments. I don't imagine we're going to suddenly be hiring 100 more inspectors. So it's incredibly important that the city engage with tenants and get good information about where problems are so that they can be addressed. With our limited number of officers, we need to be targeted with this approach. The best way to do that, in my view, is signage. Mandatory signage in buildings that reflect the conditions of the building and provide tenant resources would both inform tenants of their rights and their options for recourse, which would help drive calls to 311 and allow us to identify buildings where intervention is most needed, and would also apply pressure to landlords by threatening their property values and their ability to fill units. Hitting their wallets will make these bad landlords act. And this is what tenants want too. According to ACORN's research, 91% of tenants want to see red signs on buildings that have failed inspections. Of course, driving more calls needs to go hand in hand with enforcement, not just more responsive bylaw officers, but also higher penalties for bad landlords, more tenant engagement across the board, and ideally a licensing system for landlords to give general enforcement more bite. That's all I have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Gordon. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks.
Yes, I do. No.
Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just have a question, Gordon. I have a motion coming up about the tools and the evaluation tool for RentSafe. Are you familiar with that tool at the moment?
I don't think I am familiar.
So that tool is what the inspections will be based on. That's my understanding. It's probably yours too, right? Yes?
Sure.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just going to ask you, see if making sure that the tool covers the areas that you think need to be inspected, that as a tenant activist.
I would say that the one thing that we hear a lot that's not currently being well covered by the current inspection protocols is actual in-unit inspections. A lot of tenants complain that they make calls to 311 about in-unit problems, and then the inspectors just come and speak to the landlord, look at the common areas, and then go on their way. When what they need to be doing is actually knocking on doors and speaking with tenants and looking at the problems in the units themselves, which may well present some more like slight logistical difficulties. But that's why I would very much advocate for as many inspectors as possible so that each inspector has time to do very thorough inspections.
And are there units, I'm going to call them unit systems, that you think should be addressed in the evaluation tool is going to be what gives the building a rating, right? So the final rating will come from whatever is established in that tool. So are there systems within the apartment such as, let's say, heating and windows and ceilings, whether the ceiling's falling in or not, just state of good repair in the unit that
Yeah,
you're saying would be helpful to have on the evaluation tool?
yeah, a state of good repair in general is a really major issue. As you say, things like ceilings falling down and heating and cooling in the relevant seasons are really big issues, as well as things like pipe leakages and water damage that can cause very long-term issues. We've heard things like tenants losing access to their apartments for lengths of time, or even having to move back after being in a hotel and their carpet's still being wet from pipe floodings due to pipes that were not correctly maintained ahead of time. And these are the types of things that tenants do see coming and do complain about, but don't necessarily get addressed if the only evidence is something like a wet wall in the bathroom of a unit.
Right, so that you're saying should be looked at just not as just one wet wall, but there may be a system problem with the piping in the building that would have to get a further look.
Yeah,
and that might not be covered currently. I'm going to ask to have this tool really brought forward so we can make sure it's covering everything possible. So that's one of the examples you're giving me. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Next, we have Marcia Stone. Good afternoon, Marcia. Hello, Marcia. Can you hear me? Nope. Okay. Next, we have Ryan Murdoch. Good afternoon, Ryan. Hi, Ryan. Can you hear me?
Hello?
There we go. Thank you, Ryan, for joining us this afternoon. You have 5 minutes. You can start.
Hello, hi, my name is Ryan Murdoch. I'm a member of Acorn, which is, sorry, I'm at work doing this, and let me just state that it's very frustrating how these meetings are run and everything, and that we've basically been on hold since the morning. Honestly, whether it's intended or not, it makes me feel like the people here don't really want to listen and don't really want to hear. That is exacerbated by the fact that these sort of sessions have been done before. Acorn has done studies. The city has done study.
I can do it now. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, Brian, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I just heard other people talking, so I wasn't sure if I was coming through. So it's just, I find this very frustrating where the city seems to be asking the same questions over and over just because they don't like the answer. The city's own study shows that it's only landlords that don't want most of these actions, whereas the respondents, when they're not landlords, is universally like strongly agree and agree, upwards of like 80–90%. How common is that in politics? So like everybody knows that the housing in this city is a gong show. So with regards to the health safe or rent safe program, clearly simple color-coded signs are a benefit to everyone, including the tenants. Tenants don't need signs to tell us what buildings are shit to a degree. Once we've lived there, we know it's when we're going to rent buildings and we need to find a place. That having any sort of issue, like the fact that we have to provide references to landlords, but landlords don't even need a license when they're supplying housing, is insane to me. So just to cover a few things, we need signs, we need better enforcement with severe actual monetary penalties. And I'm not one to love law enforcement, so I'd always hesitate to ask for more inspectors and whatnot. But that is like the only way housing is going to get better in Toronto and safer for tenants is if there are better inspections. Gordon, a previous person, had pointed out how the inspections nowadays are just a joke. If they're not taking down a section of random drywall and checking behind that, and the inspection's pointless, most of us live with mold, and then we get breathing things, and they just want to say asthma and everything. And bunch of other stuff when like so many of us live with mold in our walls. It's insane. So my proposition too, since the city just decided to ignore all the push for defunding or even reforming police funding, they have a huge budget. So how about we use some of that to actually protect people and put it towards inspecting the places where we have to live? I think that would be just like a small step in the right direction for this council that just constantly doesn't want to seem to listen to the constituents. So sorry, I am at work, so I guess 3 minutes is what I'm used to you guys giving me, so I'm pretty much done. And again, I'm sure you'll hear from other ACORN members who are more eloquent than me, but sometimes like this system is just crazy, guys. So please pass this bill. Please make it stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I just want to remind everybody that deputants have 5 minutes, not 3 minutes. And let me ask if any members of the committee have any questions of you. Members of the committee?
I just want to.
Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
I don't mean to sound saucy with you, but can you just go to Queen's Park and talk about tenant issues and have people there that are sitting waiting to talk about the legislation? I think the city has a very open, might not like it, but would you agree with me that you have a lot of access here on issues?
I think it's yeah, but I think it's not honestly very easy for most of us. Like this has been very hard for me, right, to engage with my government today, where like I'm supposed to take a whole day off work, or else I have to let my boss know that like I might have to randomly be on a phone, or else I can't engage, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So I agree with you. I think we should have more at night, and that's why we have the subcommittee for the protection of rental housing. That is at night, because we respect the tenants are often working the day. But I think you would agree that your access to local government is much greater, even though it might be hard on issues that are important, than getting in front of decision makers at the province or even at the federal level.
I won't disagree with that, but
that's all.
I'm going to put forth that maybe that's a low bar, but I do appreciate this time and everything. Yeah, and again,
I really appreciate you taking the time from work to be able to call in. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you, Paula. As my representative, I generally appreciate your takes on things. So I don't want to be overly negative. Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for your time and your comments today. Next, we have Muna Ali. Good afternoon, Muna. No, okay. Next, we have Alejandra Vargas. Good afternoon, Alejandra.
Hello?
Good afternoon, Alejandra. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much for for allowing me to be here. So one moment, I at work and I'm closing the door so people cannot hear my loud voice. So, yeah.
We like hearing your loud voice here. Go for it.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Okay, so my name is Alejandra, and I really happy to be here, and this important subject is rent safe. So ACORN is an organization that actually is a community union made up of low to moderate income families fighting for social and economic justice. We are here today, I think so 20 of us, I think so I realized that, because ACORN's Healthy Homes campaign. We are here again because even though we won the program in 2017, families and individuals are still living in no healthy homes. Pests, lots of repairs, services that taken from us, like laundry, red rooms, gardens, and still no color code signs. Calls to 311 unresolved. Actually, in August last year, I witnessed a lady crying because his landlord didn't come to fix a leak at his apartment. And we have heard from many other tenants already and advocates that this is very common. And she has the leak in the living room. And she showed me the video, and it looks like a big giant ripped apart her floor. The same lady told me that 2 months has passed and no action from management have been done. The question here is until when tenants in this city have to go through all this misery? Why a city like Toronto, where you need a permit to do a barbecue in the park, is not able to ask for a licensing for a landlord, and let alone some measurements to protect tenants? What we're asking is very reasonable. This is a simple proposition. If a restaurant does not pass the inspection, the city give it to them a red sign. So everybody knows that this place is not safe to eat. So the same thing should apply to multi-residential buildings. We want the landlord to be accountable. And so this is why we demand a color code sign, red and green. Really, we are beyond of sick and tired of the same tyranny that we have been to put up for years. Somebody here at council before stated that she feels that when tenants are going, that tenants are going to be stigmatized if we put the red and the green code signs. But let me tell you really what is actually stigmatized us. For example, when we had to call a landlord to fix things and 2 years has passed and nothing had been done. Let me tell you really what stigmatizes us or what gives stigma to us. Pest control, when somebody coming to do pest control and a person coming and once only, but never to ask for the second treatment. Let me tell you what stigmatizes us. When we call the super and where the only things we hear is the screens and disrespect. And Councilor Paula Fletcher can really be a witness of that because we have been in many places with her where they have yelled at us, even her. So let me tell you what gives us a stigma, that when we call the city and the bylaw officer comes, that the time goes and goes and goes and nothing changes. This is what stigmatizes us. So please, dear council, you have the power, you have the authority. Please, no more, let me think about it. Please, no more, we're going to meet again. Please, no more consultations. Already the consultation shows that the tenants want this. Please help us. We are drowning here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alejandra. Any questions of staff? Any questions of the speaker?
No, I just, Alejandra, hi. We have a letter, we have 2 great letters from Acorn, and we have a letter from tenants associations in Flemington Park. And they've suggested that part of the protocols in the evaluation or the visits, when there's a whole building audit going on, it should include tenant associations or tenant reps to go around. Is that something that you would agree with?
During our process, Acorn has been asking something that we call boots on the ground. And I think so it will be fantastic because who knows best the buildings? Well, the tenants. So it will be better for us that we had a representative that can be trained by the city and of course, be there for these type of situations that we really are desperate.
I think they're meaning the tenants in that building to accompany, go through if there's maybe an Acorn member there or a tenant association member to go through the audit. The other thing is on the tool, I think you just told us about what the situation is inside certain apartments or certain places. And I asked Gordon about it earlier, that I'm not sure that currently the tool that's used to evaluate is one that covers off everything that you might think it should cover. And I've heard that from a number of places already.
Yes, you're absolutely right. We know how that tool very well imposed or very well managed. So we need it. We needed that the tool will be utilized or really put in place, and this will help everybody. Actually, the landlords will be spending less money at the end of the day because an apartment is well taken care. At the end of the day, no will be these thousands of dollars when they had to be forced to do it. You know what I mean?
No, I do know what you mean, but I hope you would, that I feel very strongly that I want the tool to be the right tool. So when the rating comes out, it actually represents the reality in that apartment building.
For sure. Well, we can sit down and create a tool together, no?
Well, the city is making a tool, and I know you don't
Okay.
want more consultation, but I really need everybody that's active to see the tool, get your best advice. The Acorn legal clinics, tenants associations, everybody that's been together under the subcommittee to really make sure that when that goes live, that is capturing the data that you want. I think, would you agree, we have one chance on the tool. Once it's done, nobody's going to go back and start redoing the whole tool.
Well, the only thing that I feel a little bit problematic about it is that we have been waiting a lot. I understand that we wanted to do it perfect, but what about if we had the baby and then we dress the baby? You know what I mean? We can.
No, I do know what you mean. I guess you may have been around enough to, once something gets produced, getting it redone is pretty difficult. So I haven't seen the tool. Have you seen the tool?
Not really.
Okay, so I think everybody having a look at that before it starts might be a good thing. I hope you agree.
Okay, I'm going to look the tool, but again,
it's in development, so I don't think it's public tool. They're developing it now, the digital version, so I understand.
oh, okay. So anyway, again, at this point, what we need is that this rent safe will be, the color sign will be in effect, and that we had more bylaws officers, and that the 311s unresolved situations that are happening, the repairs will be resolved.
I agree with all of that. I just want to make sure that when there's a rating for the building, that is the correct rating. I hope you understand that. Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your deputation. There's the call in your deputation was to have City Council direct staff to introduce or at least follow through on the introduction of the color-coded system. And I think that the last time City Council deferred that decision was largely based on some suggestions that we would be further stigmatizing residents, and we don't want to do that. So we're trying to avoid that unintended consequence. Can you just put our minds at ease that this is something that's broadly wanted by tenants, that tenants themselves are saying this is an important tool. We're talking about tools for RentSafe to get better enforcement, better building standards. Can you put our minds to rest that we're not going to be creating that unintended consequence, which is stigmatizing residents?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. No, I guarantee to you that with all the consultations that we have and plus the consultation that the city have, you're not going to put people stigmatized, because one thing is to be sit down in the position that you are right now as a counselors, and another thing is be living in the situation that we live every day. We live all the time in fear. We live all the time like fed up. Probably this is the best word, because sometimes we don't want even to call our landlord to request something because we know the answer is or it's going to be rude, or it's not going to happen, or it's going to be made in a way that is going to be a problem in the future again. So at this point, more stigmatized that we have been, we cannot be. But when we see this code, this color code, the red and the green, it depends what it is, we will feel that somebody's listening. Because for us has been very frustrated for all this year that we feel that nobody is listening. And so we are paying our rent, we are trying to be a good tenants, but the service is so poor that people at this point are wanting to throw the towel. Some people don't want even to listen because they are so fed up. So I think so at this point, what we need is to see an action from the city, where the city shows to people that we care, we have listened. And what I say is not only from myself, is from Acorn, and plus you guys did a consultation, and if you see all the reports, say 80% of people overall wants this green and red color code sign. Stigma is what we have having all these years. This is real stigma. But when we come into our buildings and we see, oh, this building didn't pass, this creates hopes. This creates a hope that something is going to be done and that at least somebody listen to us.
Is the intention and the anticipation that, you know, if the color-coded rating system is implemented, that perhaps the landlord, property owner, those who are in charge of building maintenance, that they would accelerate all efforts to correct that, to get off the red zone, to get into the green zone? Is it your anticipation, and perhaps from your experience and research, I know Acorn's done a lot of research on this, is it your anticipation that that tool will help you get better building standards? So therefore, even if it is red one week, it could end up being green the next, largely because the red helped catalyze and accelerated the work needed to be done to get them back into green. Is that your anticipation?
You are totally correct. This is our anticipation, that the problem will be resolved and that everybody can live happily.
Okay, thank you very much.
No sense to you, Councilor Christine.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, we can move to the next speaker, Bob Murphy. Good afternoon, Bob.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Bob Murphy, and I'm the chair of the Western chapter of Acorn. We're all here speaking today in support of Acorn's Healthy Homes campaign, because tenants need a bylaw enforcement program that protects them from landlords who fail to keep up with building standards. But for so many, that's not currently what's happening. We all know sitting here today that is not happening. Speaking to members in my community as an Acorn chair and also as a community outreach worker, in many of these units, I've been in dozens and dozens and dozens of these units and have seen it firsthand. I'm not just going by stories I've heard from our community members. I've witnessed it. We have 3,500 buildings, rental buildings, excluding the, I believe, 2,100 Toronto community housing buildings. We have 31 inspectors now, has been bumped up by 7. Maybe in that 2-hour lunch break, we could have hired maybe about 5-6 more new enforcement officers. The landlords are not being held accountable. And something that nobody seems to keep in mind is that we have all these big heavy hitter real estate investment firms, all these management companies. I won't go through all the names of all these heavy hitters because it would take longer than my 5 minutes. Landlords are not doing repairs in a lot of cases as a tool for as a tool to get tenants out. We're not going to fix your unit. We don't want to spend the money to fix your unit, but we want you gone for the unit because you've been there for a long time, and I can pump up that 1 bedroom to $1,700, $1,800 because there's no rental stock available in the city of Toronto. So this is also being used as a tool. As far as the stigmatization of signs, I used to be a property manager of an apartment building, so I see it from different lenses. If I had that sign on my front door, I want to make sure it's green. The same reason why a restaurant wants it green. So the landlords are held responsible to keep everything current. We have a lot of old rental stock in old buildings, you know, built in the 70s. We got small piping. We got poor electricity. We got bad windows. We got old elevators. These landlords are doing is finding a way to get us out. And because we've had, we don't have rent control, or because we had a rent freeze, they're going through these fictitious AGIs and pumping things up any way to get more money out of the tenants. But we got to remember that these are our homes. When you walk into someone's home and you see their ceiling caved in, or their washroom filled with black mold, or their windowsills, you know, with 60-year-old windows with 2 babies. It's something that never leaves you. You don't sleep at night when you see that. I think we should get counselors on this committee to come and take a walkthrough in some of these units. When the landlords show the units, they have a specific unit that they'll show maybe one unit. They'll throw a bunch of lipstick, you know, in the common areas, make it look nice and pretty. We have nobody to enforce and make our landlords accountable. They're laughing at us. And when we get evicted because we can't pay our rent, or we just want to get away from a landlord that doesn't do their due diligence and make our homes safe, where would you go? Where would I go up to? Like Schreiber, Ontario, by canoe to live? There's nowhere to go. We have to make our landlords accountable, these management companies accountable. And the only way to do it is by registering them or by fining them, to make sure that they do their due diligence, keep that color code red. Now, I've heard all these different stories. Well, you know, it's stigmatized. You know what? Maybe City Hall is just, or maybe this committee is just worried about stigmatizing the landlords because they'll have to do their job. What's stigmatizing is the family with, you know, stuck in small apartment buildings that are barely able to pay their rent. They're being harassed from their landlord so they can jump up the rent. Those are the individuals, they're community members that are stigmatized from the landlords, from the lack of, you know, repair. I've been in so many buildings and I've seen it firsthand, and it would break your heart. It would break your heart to think that your brother or your sister, your mother, your nephew was living in these conditions and paying very, very high rent. And some of the, you know, some families working many multi-purpose jobs just to pay their rent. When are we going to step up and make them accountable? Let's stop bootlicking the landlords. It's got to stop. How many families do you have to hear from? How many more of our community members?
Thank
How
you,
many
Bob.
counselors here have gone out?
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker?
Thank you.
Seeing none, Bob, thank you for joining us this afternoon and your comments. Next, we have Rob McBean. Rob McBean?
And I'm a Scarborough Acorn member. What is Acorn? Acorn is the largest and most serious organization fighting for the rights of tenants, workers, the disabled, all low and moderate income people, not just across Toronto, but all across Canada. Now, I want to voice my support for Acorn's robust Healthy Homes campaign. Everything about this plan makes sense. It's not hard to do, it's not expensive. The number of people living in substandard housing with bad plumbing, not too much privacy, bugs, mice, and so on, it's much higher than it should be, especially in a rich city with lots of vacant property like Toronto. Now, the main points of the Healthy Homes program are landlord licensing, building inspections, color-coded signs on buildings, and beefed up maintenance and bylaw enforcements. Now, you already know that the color-coded signs are just like the Dine Safe signs, green, yellow, and red. Some people have tried to argue that having a sign that's not green on the residence could cause the people living there to feel stigmatized. Now, real stigmatization is walking down the street smelling like dirt because when you try to take a shower, you turn on the tap and the water doesn't come out. Real stigma is being ashamed to have guests over because you know that they will see the cockroaches, bed bugs, mice, and get to listen to the drug addicts screaming through the paper-thin walls. In a situation like that, I would welcome any sign of any color that called attention to the conditions that I was being forced to live in. Now, building inspections and maintenance enforcement will be the specialty of a rejuvenated and expanded RentSafeTO team. Now, RentSafeTO can actually be a free program. It doesn't have to cost money to expand it. We already have the qualified staff in the police service to do this kind of work. We already have the money tied up in the police service for this kind of a campaign. All we have to do is shift the resources and the personnel away from the Toronto Police Service and into RentSafeTO. Everyone will benefit, and there's no cost and no downside at all. Thanks, I'm done.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next, we have Bernadette Mamo. Good afternoon, Bernadette. Nope, she's not here. Next, we have Kiri Vadivelu. Good afternoon. No? Okay. Next, we have Ula Sarnio. No. No, okay. Next, we have Bola Paul. Bola Paul. Okay. Next, we have Kyle Yanutzi. Good afternoon, Kyle.
Hi, before we begin my time, the clerk has granted me a panelist permission because I have some evidence I'd like to be able to.
Just give us 1 second here, Kyle. The clerk is just getting it
Thank
set up.
you. Thank you, I appreciate that. I think you can see me now.
Yes, we can, Kyle. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you for your time. It's an absolute privilege to be here today, and though I'm in the company of esteemed guests, it's not that privilege that I'm speaking to. It's the privilege of actually being able to show up, spend an entire day waiting, be able to have 5 minutes to explain to you a problem that's been exacerbated for me in my life in this tenancy the last 5 years, and would easily take me a good solid 30 minutes to detail every single aspect of the situation I've dealt with in this tenancy, and another 30 minutes to deal with all the issues of my previous tenancy, and probably another 30 minutes to deal with the issues before that. So if you can catch my drift here, this is an issue that follows you from property to property to property, no matter how many times you change. And Councillor Fletcher, you mentioned the film industry earlier. I'm one of those employees. On paper, it looks like I make excellent money, but with the reality of cost in this city, I don't. And so I think that's really important. I'm glad you brought your attention to that. The testimonies today from Acorn members are palpable. They're critical, and I'm inviting you to really please listen carefully, because this isn't the first time I've addressed these issues. And I can tell you that I've successfully been able to express my concerns right up to the Ombudsman's office, which means I've been through senior management and the director, and I still have absolutely no resolution on my files. Moreover, I believe that I am the subject of the audit that is before you, or referenced before you, because there's no details of that audit. And I'd like to walk through a part of my experience in that audit. And I'm going to use the letter of the director that I was provided most recently to help navigate that. The director talked about the ability of, says during the past 3-year span, there's been a multiple pest complaints specific to your unit. A review of the case file confirmed that staff have responded to all requests for service and conducted investigations in each case. They have not. Despite this statement, no one from MLS ever took the time to work with me to review the disclosure provided from the building for accuracy. So the building is communicating to staff one picture, but nobody is following up with the tenant to say, this is what your building's saying about your unit. Is it accurate? And moreover, you know, one of the fundamental standards is that within 72 hours you have an investigation of your complaint by your property manager. That has never happened here for me. I've been here 5 years. I've been complaining about pest issues for 5 years. And moreover, the director says that the investigators have found no evidence of an ongoing pest issue in my building, despite every time that I email my landlord, I email them photos and videos of those pests. I actually have, this is why the camera's on, this is a box filled with bags and bags and bags of dead cockroaches. All of these bags have dead cockroaches in them. This is what I live with. See all those cockroaches? Okay, I've been on CBC News, putting myself vulnerable to the public, to every potential employer, to any contract that I want to try to get. Because when you Google my name, the first thing that comes up is Cockroach Motel is where I live. So despite the evidence that I have, your staff are reporting to you that there is no evidence in my unit, despite as part of the audit that they did. I invited the director themselves to my building to meet with me. The Councillor Wong Tom, had done that visit themselves. And the director refused. They stated that there was nothing they could do. There was nothing that their eyes would lend them in terms of information should they have shown up. And I mean, at bare minimum, they would have found out that the notification board that they say that my property is managing doesn't even exist. There's nothing to that effect that says that treatments are happening here. Another piece of the puzzle is the quality of the pest management service. I've been here for majority of the pest inspections that have happened, and there is no inspection. When Orkin, one of the top rated brands in the country, shows up, they show up, they apply gel, they leave. Absolutely zero inspection whatsoever. On one of my last inspections, I left, I didn't clean up dead cockroaches that I found. I wanted to see if they would be reported, and they weren't. There is a lot that needs to happen here. And with the last 20 seconds, what I want to tell you is that you have a staff problem that goes all the way up to the director level. And in all my years in operational experience on multi-billion-dollar projects, I think that you need to engage on a change management process, and you need to audit your staff for competency before anything moves forward with any plans, because the information that you're getting from your staff is not only inaccurate, it is grossly misleading and misrepresentative and highly negligent. I can see my time's up. I have a million more things I could say. 5 minutes is not even close to enough, so I please welcome as many questions as you have.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Kyle, for your deputation. Can you share with us some of the examples where when you were on site and you did have an MLS inspector, obviously not the director show up, but you know, how did they carry out their inspection? Did they open doors with your permission to look under the sink, the cabinets? Were they writing down this information? Were they taking photographs? And how did they follow up with the landlord after being in your unit?
How they follow up with the landlord, I have absolutely no information on. The tenants are not engaged. So while this report you have in front of you talks about enhancing tenant engagement, I can tell you that there is no engagement. Moreover, I can tell you that my complaint was closed prematurely. I was called by staff to say that, you know, is your complaint still open? Like, is there stuff still happening? We haven't heard from you. I said, you haven't heard from me because I'm not getting anywhere with you. I'm not hearing any follow-up. There's no solutions that are happening. So I'm kind of giving up. But yes, the problem does still exist. The response that I got was, and this is a quote, short of demolishing your building, it is impossible to get rid of a pest issue. Orkin would disagree. This is what City of Toronto staff investigators are telling tenants. Short of demolishing your building, we will never get rid of the pest issue in your building. That's just life in Toronto. This is City of Toronto staff. When they come in, nobody tells you what the inspection looks like. First of all, the window of time that you have is a little bit vague, so you have to avail yourself, which takes a certain amount of privilege. And you have no idea that the inspector, when they're showing up, is looking for concrete evidence. So this collection of cockroach bags that I started didn't happen until after the inspection, because I wasn't aware that my pictures were not viable evidence to the City of Toronto, nor were my videos. In terms of what they do when they show up, to be honest with you, it's not much. The other thing is that this is a nocturnal pest. They don't go out in the daytime. It's not what they do. So to have an investigation or an inspection rather at 10 a.m., 12 noon, 2 p.m., 4 p.m., it's silly because pests aren't out then. Yeah, I think those are some of the highlights, I'd say, of the inaccuracies, but there's so much more you could say. The other thing, sorry, Councillor, I can see you want to say something, is that pest issues are systemic issues. And in your recommendations from staff, they say that they don't recommend, I'm trying to read it here, they don't recommend broadening entry requirements. They don't rely on, however, you know, when a tenant complains about an issue and it's an issue for 5 years, they don't compel the landlord to demonstrate that they've done block inspections, as far as I'm aware. So yes, City of Toronto staff cannot force their way into units, but they can compel a landlord to demonstrate that the landlord has exercised that right of entry and has done that. And I have found zero evidence whatsoever that that's happened in this place. And while we might not want to broaden entry requirements, how about canvassing, just knocking on doors? I have knocked thousands of doors for political candidates in my years. And I can tell you, there are so many times that my skin has crawled at doorways of constituents because of the squalor they lived in. And I'm not an inspector, I'm not trained. All it takes me is that door to open when I knock on it for me to recognize there are some serious issues here. I remember one constituent's door that I knocked on had gels on their front window of Christmas decorations, and inside those gels, this was a Toronto community housing home, inside those gels were easily 100 cockroaches moving around in broad daylight. So, you know, you might not even require entry. You might just need to knock on the neighboring doors and say, hey, we're here doing an inspection of the property. Is there anything going on in your unit? And the reason why staff need to be more forthcoming is because I've talked about this issue with tons of constituents, tons of tenants in my building. Nobody here has the propensity to organize. Nobody is interested. They've been through either this process or another where they don't have faith. They don't have faith in the landlord-tenant board, which minimizes complaints to penalties that are meaningless. They're not even worth your time to show up. And they recognize that despite how talented you are, or how privileged you are, even the most privileged of us don't get the results that we're looking for. In fact, Steve Jones, I don't know if you know this name, Harvey Milk's, a fellow who worked with Harvey Milk is being evicted in the Castro in San Francisco. It just came out in the news 2 days ago. Steve Jones is a fairly famous activist. He said, and he's organizing an action this weekend. He said the reason why he's organizing this is a quote, people need to pay attention because with all my unearned advantages of race and gender, political connections, and sound legal advice, none of that was sufficient to keep me in my house. And I just want to say
Kyle,
that
thank you. I'm going to have to interrupt. We're well over the 5 minutes allocated for questions for Christian.
I know, Councillor, that's how bad this situation is.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to run the meeting here in accordance with the regulations
I know, I
that we
waited
have.
9 hours for this moment, 9 hours.
Any other members of the committee that have questions of the speaker? Seeing none.
Did I take up all the councillors' question time?
No, you can't. Thank you, Kyle. Thanks for joining us today. I understand that
do better.
Thank you.
It's, you're failing.
I'm going to call on two members that we had called before. I understand that they're now online. So Kiri Vadivelu. Good afternoon, Kiri.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for allowing me to express my circumstances on behalf of Scarborough Econ. I am Giri, obviously from Scarborough Econ. I have been working with tenants in the Scarborough area. I'm one of the organizers as well in my building and around my area. The program that our other Econ members previously spoken really well highlighted the issues. And the RentSafe program was actually solution to the problem. And this is 5 years into this program, we still have not had proper implementation. Because, for an example, if we are going to have a program in place without proper enforcement, it's not going to be working. The point I was trying to use it as an example is that we have laws that says do not speed because speeding is dangerous. It can kill people. So it increases accidents. But then why do we have cops on the street with the speeding radars and guns and catching people speeding? Well, we know because people will break the law, and eventually that will be a problem for everybody. And that is the only enforcement mechanism that makes sure that the laws in the books are actually working. So there is a discouraging element. And we don't have the same kind of thinking when it comes to this housing, even though housing is much more critical, because that's where the children's live, that's where the families live, and that's where the most vulnerable people live. And unfortunately, it is the last thought in anyone's mind when it comes to protecting the dignities of the most vulnerable people in their homes. So this, the point I'm trying to make is that this RentSafe program is perfectly designed to eliminate this problem that we have in the first place. And the hesitation to implement this and then floating ideas like putting the RentSafe, putting the color-coded sign on the website, these things don't work. The real work has to be done accordingly. And these a lot of the ACON members, I mean, a lot of the work that has been done by ACON and the ACON members really show that when we have sign at the buildings, that will actually motivate the landlords to do something about it, because obviously landlords do not want to sign a lease with the red sign on the door. But that is what we're asking for, and it doesn't cost anything. But the problem, the hesitation, is the pushback to say that is going to make the tenants who already live there look bad. I think that is a very shameful excuse to not to do what's needed to be done. So the RentSafe program, the tone of this program is these multiple points that were made up, such as a color-coded sign, proper maintenance, and proper inspections and enforcement. These are vital in order for our existing policies to work. So if you're not going to send inspectors to inspect the units, I went through issues when I went through the landlord-tenant board. I filed a 311 complaint, and I was told that they don't have resources to send any inspector. So there's no evidence for me to present to the landlord board. I had to present it myself. And when I did present it, I was skeptically tested whether I'm telling the truth or not. Well, this is shameful. This is not the way that our world-class city should treat the most vulnerable people. And I think it really goes to show that we are not really looking. We are not trusting the people. We are not listening to the people. We are listening to the channels that don't have the best interest of the people. And again, organizations like ACON to exist indicates that the people being elected are not really doing their job. And why do we have election system? People are losing trust in the electoral system. I mean, they already lost trust. I mean, a lot of people are just given up. The reason is the people we elected are not representing the people they're supposed to represent. So we have a lot of councillors who sell out, and it's sad, but I'm telling you as it is. It's sad. It shouldn't be that way. So that's an important point that I wanted to raise, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. I will now call once again Bula Paul. Good afternoon, Bula. Good afternoon, Bula. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Bula. Okay, we'll come back to Bula once again. Next, we have Christina Abbott. Christina? No. They're unmuted?
Hello?
Hi,
Hello?
Christina. Good afternoon.
Sorry.
Welcome. Go ahead, you have 5
Hi.
minutes. We can hear you.
Okay. I'm a member of the East York chapter of Acorn. I've been a tenant in East York for 12, 15 years. Until recently, our management corporation did very little to improve the lives of the tenants in the building. In the last 2 years, we've gotten a new property manager, and she is trying very hard to deal with the issues that were never dealt with. But I went through 2 years of cockroaches, 2 separate incidents of bed bugs, and now I have mice. I have killed 16 mice. They've sent in bait. They've done what they can. I've now found the holes where they're coming in. So they're coming in next week to make the renovations. But it also is the fact that I'm an Acorn member and I'm a member of the Tenants Association. Other than that, people get sort of put to the bottom of the totem pole. And that's why it is so important that we pass this Healthy Homes campaign and that the rent safe stickers are on the door. We need all the inspectors we can get, and they need to talk to the tenants, not the landlord, not the superintendent of the building, because they're going to steer you in the wrong direction. We got to pass on our building. There's pipes leaking in the tenants' lockers. People have had to throw out everything they own in their lockers, but we've got to pass because that's not where the inspectors looked. So the inspectors need to be trained properly. Some of them don't know where to look. I don't know if they're burnt out, which is a possibility because there's so few of them. There are more people living in apartments than there are houses. And we need anything that can help us. I'm in a seniors building. I shouldn't have to live with mice. I shouldn't have to live with cockroaches. You know, these are supposed to be my golden years. All it's costing me is money. It's costing me money for repairs. I've had to replace beds. I've had to replace furniture. I've had to replace all kinds of stuff because of the pest control, the pest issues. And I know that the one Kyle was talking about, Orkin being the best pest control company, not true. We had them for quite some time, and they did nothing to eradicate our problems. We went through 7 pest control companies in 1 year. We now have one that's actually doing a systematic, every Friday they're in here. And if they're not doing particular jobs, they're going in and inspecting units. Every unit gets inspected in a timely manner for bed bugs, cockroaches, whatever. And that's the way it should be. And all I'm asking for is a proper rent save with color coding, building ratings, landlords being given really high costs for not doing what they're supposed to do, and they need to be licensed. So I'm just hoping that council will listen to what we have to say and act on our behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, I'm going to try once again, Bula Paul. Good afternoon, Bula.
Hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, all right. Okay. Good afternoon by now, councillors. My name is Beulah Paul, and I'm a member of Acorn's East York chapter. I'm going to give a summary, really. Acorn is a community union made up of low to moderate income families fighting for social and economic justice. We fight for many different issues like affordable housing, affordable childcare, disability, justice, and more. So all the people who spoke before me have laid out the details of the problems. I'm just going to present a summary of the 6 main points that have come up during this session. The first is color-coded signs. Second will be the building ratings that reflect actual conditions. Third, be higher penalties on bad landlords. Fourth, we want to trigger audits. Fifth, we need licensing. Sixth would be proactive tenant engagement. I recap: color-coded signs, building ratings that reflect actual conditions, higher penalties on bad landlords, trigger audits, licensing, and last, proactive tenant engagement. The time to act is now. We don't need to keep doing more studies or report backs and delay this even more. We need action from the city. Tenants are tired of waiting. That concludes my summary.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next, we have Earl LeBlanc. Good afternoon, Earl.
My name's Earl LeBlanc, and I'm a member of Acorn East York. And as you've heard many times, we're made up of moderate to low income. I'm speaking today to support the Healthy Homes campaign and the Rent Safe program. And since its inception in 2017, once again, as has been talked about, it's turned out not to be, although a fantastic program on paper, it just doesn't seem to have any teeth in the real world. So as has been talked about, it needs enforcement. And one thing, I've been listening to the comments about the color coding. With all due respect, that should be a no-brainer. I mean, and this idea of it stigmatizing the people in the building, it's a little far-fetched in my mind. I mean, it's a way of accountability and showing that the city supports us as tenants. And along those lines, and I don't know if it's been brought up, but in my experience as a tenant over the last 20 years or so, I find that landlords are able to intimidate tenants, so their concerns are never heard. I know I've raised concerns in my current location, and I'm yelled at that I will be charged or I will be billed for the damage. I called about a toilet that was giving me issues. I fixed it myself. Like to be yelled at and just showing absolutely no respect, threaten that I'll be charged with costs and blah, blah, blah. It's just totally unacceptable. So, you know, tenants live, I think it should be built into this whole program that it's not, it's against the law to intimidate tenants, period. Okay, so the Acorn list of demands in terms of this particular meeting are, of course, the color-coded signs. Building ratings that reflect actual conditions. A couple of people have been remarkable demonstrating that the inspectors are undertrained or whatever. They've been told just to stick their head in and that's good enough. That counts as an inspection. No, it should be a true inspection. penalties for bad landlords, which seems far-fetched at this moment. Audits, licensing needs to be implemented. I don't know why this is another issue. It should be a no-brainer. I mean, restaurants have color coding and licensing. You know, why shouldn't one of the most crucial services in society's housing have the same thing? And then again, proactive tenant engagement, which, and again, I would like in answer to, just give me a moment. Paula Fletcher's request or bringing up the, her motion is we should absolutely have access to that. So we can input it. And I know my time's running out here quick. I just want to point out too that my experience again with Acorn has been we typically have an action, and there's been two recently. One at Main and Danforth, where a client, and these are real issues, everyday issues for these tenants, that there are pest issues that aren't rectified, heating issues not addressed, elevators constantly out of order. They just got their laundry facilities fixed after a long period of not working. And another action we held was at 9 Crescent Place. A very, again, there were about...
Thank you, Earl. Let me ask any members of the committee if they have any questions for you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Earl, thank you for joining us today. Okay, thank you. Next, we have Rama Fayaz. Good afternoon, Rama. Hello, Rama. Can you hear us? Rama, you have been unmuted, so you should be okay to speak. Okay, we'll move to the next speaker and I'll come back to Rama. Next, we have Ernie Lee. Good afternoon, Ernie. Good afternoon, Ernie.
Yes, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you as well. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, I'll try to be brief. First of all, I'd like to thank you all, city councilors there, for taking the time to meet with us today. It's much appreciated, and so glad that I can say something and it's heard by the people in power to make some change. Briefly, the color coding, my thought was that it's something that the landlords should want. Again, if you have a great building, you want to brag about it, so you want to have a green color, so it shouldn't be, if the landlords are the ones that are pushing back, it shouldn't be a problem. It's kind of a mission of guilt if the landlords would resist that, but hopefully that will end up going through. I know it's been on the books for a while and hasn't had too much success. The issue of manpower, again, I think some of us are willing to volunteer to be trained. If an inspector has to go in with 2 people, then certainly the one city person and perhaps a volunteer could certainly help. So I'm retired, I would volunteer for that in a heartbeat. As far as the budgets, I did answer a questionnaire that the city put out a little while ago about the taxing the empty apartments, the vacant condominiums. And the city was suggesting small numbers. And I answered that it should be a much larger number because since the landlords of the condos that are being kept empty don't care about a small fine because they're giving up the rents year after year because it increases the property value, which increases the rents. Possibly a higher tax rate in that area could be used to fund the color coding program. And I'll leave it with that some time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Let's try Rama Fayaz once again. Rama?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can, Rama. Thank you. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Rama Fayaz. I am a member of Acorn's downtown chapter. Acorn is a nationwide community union made up of low to moderate income families fighting for social and economic justice. RentSafe has been one of the causes that Acorn has initiated and campaigned for. I'm speaking to you today in support of Acorn's Healthy Homes and Rent Safe campaign because I myself live in rental housing and I think it is necessary. I think if this program is fully implemented, the quality of housing in rental units in the city will definitely improve. The tenants in my building have lots of problems regarding safety and health and also repairs for their units and the building. We are located in a neighborhood with drug and mental problems, and we have visitors from outside the building who don't live in the building and just use it as a place to sleep, use drugs, and cause problems for tenants. For example, turning the fire alarm on just for fun. They also bring drug problems and crime into the building. There is not much security for the building, and anybody can come in and go out, and the landlord does not pay attention. The quality of the services we receive in the building is also low, and we have problems with repairs. We have problems with pests, with bed bugs, with cockroaches, as the other attendants also mentioned. We have complained many times, but there has not been any responses from the landlord. I believe that RentSafe will change this situation. Unfortunately, RentSafe has not been fully implemented since Acorn won the program in 2017. Tenants are still living in substandard housing, and their calls to 311 or other numbers to complain go unresolved. There are no color-coded signs on apartment buildings, which we believe will definitely have a positive impact, exactly like the color-coded signs in all the restaurants in Toronto that has really helped to improve the quality of the services in the restaurants. And we believe the same thing will happen for the buildings if we have it. So as an Acorn member, I demand that the buildings have color-coded signs shown on them, so as anybody knows what is the service in the building, what is the quality of the service in the building. And also, we should have building ratings that reflect actual conditions and are available online to everybody. Higher penalties for bad landlords, regular audits and inspections of the buildings, licensing of the rental buildings, more inspectors working for the city, as the number right now is not enough for a city as large as Toronto, and proactive tenant engagement in the licensing program. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, next we can go to Helen Chillis. Good afternoon, Helen.
Hello.
Hi, Helen. Sorry, my mic was off.
Hi.
Go right ahead. You have
Okay.
5 minutes.
And my apologies about earlier. I've sorted out my technical delay problems.
No problem at all.
Okay, so good afternoon. I will actually, what I'd like to do is start just to address Ms. Fletcher's questions from earlier about the RentSafe proposed evaluation tool. Now, I'm on one of those city committees. Apparently, the report that has come back has said that there has been extensive consultations. I personally do not agree. We've had, I think, 2 meetings over 3 hours during the past 6 months. That I would think is not extensive. That needs to be addressed. Now, as far as the proposed evaluation tool, there are so many areas that simply the current RentSafe program does not address. Fire, the fire code. And I understand it is the fire department's responsibility with regards to the fire code. However, that needs to be incorporated as part of the RentSafe evaluation tool. It's not going to make more work for our city inspectors. In fact, it will help to reflect exactly what is going on the ground in conditions inside apartment buildings. Also, the TSSA electrical inspections, plumbing systems, HVAC systems such as heating and air quality, TSSA reports about the elevators, the boilers. Another issue that needs to be addressed are permits or the lack thereof. We've had a new booster pumps that have been installed in our building a couple of years ago that probably will become a part of an above the guideline increase, but yet there were no permits. I have brought that up with bylaw, but then I'm referred, so rather than receiving the help that I as a tenant would need, I am then referred to another department, Toronto Buildings, who then refers me back to MLS. So those are just some of the recommendations here to improve the RentSafe program so we can in fact have a full scale evaluation. Now, hearing that pictures and videos are not accepted by MLS. The police accept videos and pictures from the public when they're searching, when there's manhunts for people. The city MLS, I'm not sure why they won't. We're told to document, but yet again, those are not used at all. About stigmatizing tenants with color coding systems. That's not going to stigmatize anyone except the bad landlords. So I think we should put that to rest at this point. Now, there's also an issue about bylaw. They're not required to follow up with tenants for common areas when calling 311. Right now, our underground parking lot is flooding again. I have not heard back from the bylaw officer. No one rarely hears back from bylaw because it's in the common areas. If we speak of tenant engagement, but yet there is little to no tenant engagement. And in fact, one of the bylaw officers, when one of my neighbors was having a lot of issues in her unit, she's a single woman, lives alone, she needed someone to be in her home to help advocate for her rights. I was invited to go. When the 2 bylaw officers, they came a few minutes before I did, one of the bylaw officers clearly didn't want me there. He proceeded to yell and scream and bully and threaten me that he was going to leave and not do his job because I was there acting upon not just, I was there because I am the chair of our 1501 Woodbine Tenants Group. I was there in that capacity, but also just because she is my neighbor and I wanted to be supportive. I brought this to the attention of MLS executives. I was told that this building inspector, maybe he was having a bad day. We're not sure. He was never to come to our building again, just so it never happens again. Then I find out the same building inspector was here doing the RentSafe evaluation. He scored our building 78%. Our building does not meet a 78% standard. We have problems with the elevators, constant flooding, both in the common areas and inside units.
Ellen,
Pest
last
issues
thought.
that have been going on for decades. So again, I ask that we slow down a little bit, we listen to the public, and we respect the taxpayers because we are the taxpayers. And I do appreciate your time today. I do appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker?
Yes, I do have a question, Helen. I guess I'm asking again about that tool because you know I've spoken about it. And I think we need to make sure that the yearly fire inspections are there, that the HVAC has been looked at, that the elevators are working. Would you not agree that really and truly, if you've had pest control there 100 times in 2 months, that's something that an inspector or a landlord should have to provide, that this is the degree of infestation that may or may not be in the building, et cetera.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
You agree that the tool isn't quite there yet. And have you been at some of those? Have you been at some of these consultations?
Which ones?
Around the tool, around the evaluation.
Oh, I'm on the committee. I'm on the committee.
What's that committee look like?
Well, I'm not even sure. I can't remember the name. I'm sorry. I've been on so many city committees. The most recent one about the evaluation tool. I was thrilled to hear that was moving forward. It was wonderful news. But I don't really truly believe, and I know that there is a limitation with time and that staff are having meetings after normal work hours. I can appreciate their time.
I guess, can I just interrupt you?
Yeah.
So you gave your input. Have you seen the final tool? Have you seen what your input led to?
Well, bits and parts, but it's not encompassing everything that we need. We need to remember.
No, I'm just asking, Helen, I'm asking, you were part of the consultation.
No, I haven't seen the entire
You
tool.
gave your input and everybody else did. Have they seen the final product yet?
No, it's still in the process of approval. Yes.
And were the digital people there that are working on this there? Were they there too when you did that?
I believe one may have been, but I'm not sure if they're able to engage as much as they would like. So
okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you very much for coming today. Or
thank you.
You're at home, so being with us today anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Helen. Next, we have Roberta Taylor. Good afternoon, Roberta. Nope. Oh, sorry. Mary Kleisch. Good afternoon, Mary. Nope. Okay. Then we have Dan Trays. Nope. Gary Thompson. Hi,
Dan
Gary.
was sitting with you up there.
Yes.
Was he not? Is he still not there? He was
He's
sitting
here.
in the audience.
Good afternoon, Gary. How are you?
Good. No, Dan.
Oh, you're Dan. Okay, sorry. Good afternoon, Dan.
I don't know if this is
Oh, it is working now.
cool.
We can hear you.
Thank you for inviting me to the Acorn AGM. I really appreciate it. Folks, I don't even know what to say here today. I mean, you have to follow through on all these, the color coding thing, that'll work. That'll work because like some of the people I've said to Councillor Wong Tam, nobody cares. Purple, pink, green, yellow, blue. Do it so that we can hold the landlords to account. Just a bit about myself. I'm a 3-time city council candidate. That's why I wear the patch on my arm. I was homeless 19 years for people that don't know. And this is one of the spots where I used to come to keep warm. So I absorbed a lot of this over the years. I've done a lot of work around the city as well. I currently serve as a board member on the Inner City Family Health Team with Joe Connolly and the gang. And it's heartbreaking. It's sad. I had a speech to read out here today, and it's pointless because it's the same stuff every day. It's the same thing every day. And one of the points I feel I have to make, and I was glad Councillor Mantis was here earlier, is that over the last couple of years, it's been tough. It's been tough. I went from being homeless to getting housed in 2016, working for City Council as an assistant to Councillor Ainsley and one of the best staff that I've ever worked with in my life, to bang, COVID, then nothing. No family, no friends. I was literally got the shit kicked out, got the crap kicked out of me a couple times. I apologize, Mom. Got the crap kicked out of me a couple times because as I was working with that great group of people, and a lot of you around here and your staff as well, including the PMO's office, including Doug Ford's office, it's true what I've heard from a couple of people today. Great workers, nothing but respect for the people that work for the City of Toronto. But as I was bringing the solutions to the residents, because I took care of not one, not two, but like 6 NIAs in Scarborough for Councillor Ainsley, I was the guy going to the TCHC apartments. I was the guy that took the phone call when Little Crystal got squished by the air conditioner back in 2019. At the very same day, I took a phone call from the building over at 3947 that somebody had jumped from the 19th floor. I'm not allowed to swear today. So I apologize to any of you that I have razzed over the last couple of years. But I have to admit, it screwed me up. It screwed me up. I am generally, not physically, but generally a tough guy. But I'm spent, like literally. And even in the 2 years since I have not been working at council, I will tell you point blank, people still call me. Dan, where do I go for this? Dan, who do I call for this? One thing I haven't heard here today, and I'm sorry again, after I just apologize to you guys, I might piss you off a little bit here. One thing I haven't heard people doing, call your city councilor's constituency staff. That's what they're there for. They're there to help you. If you try to navigate your way through 311 and what have you, I know from experience, both on the lived experience and work experience, it can be hectic. It can be hectic. Call your city councilor's office and ask to speak to their constituency staff, and do so with respect. None of F this, do that, because when push comes to shove, that person on the other phone, they're just a person too. I cannot tell you the amount of times, and I cannot mention their names here, but I'll mention initials. KC, frequent flyer here. #1 guy that's ran 150 times for count. Not only did I have to deal with him while I was homeless, but I had to deal with him as a constituency staff member. I'm done. It's gone. So the one last thing I'll end with, because like I'll take any question from any of you. There's people watching this right now, and there's people watching on YouTube, more than the 13 people as usual, and they understand that you guys can ask me any question you want. Anything about housing, anything about homelessness. I want to end it with this. I heard a lot of people say action, action, we need action. Here's action. I'm going to read from one thing, the only thing I've read from, and I can show you guys there, you folks there. It's an actual scroll from the Premier. And I received that last year. Very quickly. Standard stuff. On behalf of the Government of Ontario, I'm pleased to recognize Dan Trace for his outstanding efforts in support of fighting for the rights of disability folks in Canada. Always inspired, yada, yada. I'm a champion. Wish you all the best, Doug Ford. Scroll.
Can you wrap up, Dan?
I don't want to.
Dan, it's 5 minutes. You're done?
Yeah, I'm good. Any questions you guys
We're
have,
gonna
I'm
ask
cool with, and yeah.
Members of the
thank you.
committee, are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us here today. So now, Gary Thompson. Good afternoon, Gary. No. Jordy Dent.
So I'm here today to talk about the kind of signs portion that many folks have raised. I'm from the Federation of Metro Tenants Associations, and I've been working on the RentSafe or landlord licensing program since 2008 when I joined the Federation, and it has been that long that we've been, I think a couple years before that we've been program. So I'm here today to ask for your help in saving millions of dollars in rents by putting signs in their buildings similar to the Dine Save program for restaurants. How are you going to save them millions of dollars of rents? You're going to implement that grading system. There was an opportunity to do this to help save tenants millions in rent over this year, but that was eliminated by council in December 2020. So today we're asking you to bring that back and help tenants instead of helping billionaire landlords, which is what not having the signs does. How am I getting here? Well, due to the pandemic, for the first time in 2 decades, vacancy rates are high. The last CMHC report said they're about 4.4%. And this has, for the first time in 20 years, led to downward pressure on rents. It's caused landlords, again, for the first time in 20 years, to try to incentivize tenants to come into their units. Again, that high vacancy is still happening today and was just released in the latest CMHC report on this. What this means is that last year was the perfect time to introduce building ratings because for the first time in 20 years, landlords had to attract tenants. Building ratings, public building ratings, do three things. They shame a landlord for not repairing the building. They allow current tenants to use that public shame to negotiate with their landlord and gain concessions. And most importantly, they make it harder for a bad landlord who doesn't do repairs to attract new tenants. So if you're a landlord, you've got a bad rating today, you would either have to lower the rent or do the maintenance. And good landlords, they get to benefit from the fact that they've been doing maintenance and following the law the whole time. Tenants have gotten more bargaining power during this pandemic. Unfortunately, they haven't gotten the necessary information to use in that bargaining power. And it's meant that instead of being able to go to a building and say, I want you to lower the rent, or instead of being in a building that has a bad rating and say, I want you to lower the rent, they haven't been able to do that. And it's cost them millions of dollars over the last year. On the flip side, landlords have had no incentive to repair, negotiate, or lower prices. They opened the champagne when you got rid of the grading system, and they continue to drink that champagne today. So we urge you to fix this. Almost 9 out of 10 tenants have supported this in city surveys. I told you I've been working on this for 14 years. I have never met a single tenant that did not support having public and immediate access to that information. We urge you to support tenants ASAP on this. I know you've been here all day. Happy to take any questions about this or anything else. Thank you.
Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you, Jordy, for all your amazing advocacy and bringing the issues to the attention of this committee and to City Council. I'd like to start off by asking you a question regarding the current system that's not color-coded, but rather numerical value assigned. Do you believe that the tenants understand what the current system is about when we sort of rate these buildings sort of 1 to 5?
Unless they're like activists that have dug into this, no. Like I don't think anyone's actually seen most of these ratings or used any of them. So I know like people that like are engaged in this stuff and talking about it. I don't think we have had a particularly strong opinion whether it should be like 1 to 5 or called, as long as they're aids and people can see it, I think that's the most important. And there's been debate about this. I think for us, it's like we're less concerned about, how it looks and more like, is it there? Can they access it and do they understand it?
Right. And so when it comes to the color-coded system, is it also about sort of meeting people where they are with respect to literacy and understanding that, I think it's almost universal, red means stop, green means go. Is it a matter of accessibility? Is that one of the reasons why there's such strong support within the tenant community to have a color-coded system?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you just want to know what the building is, and you want to know how good it is compared to everything else. Your building might be terrible, but it might have a 95% rating. Your building might feel normal, and then you look and realize, oh, actually, like I've been living in squalor, and I shouldn't have to do that. Like the conditions I'm in aren't normal. So again, it's absolutely just about them understanding the kind of context for the conditions they're in, and then being able to use that. Like that's the most important thing, right? Being able to use that to say, I don't want to rent here at this price, or if you're going to give me grief about this issue, I'm going to give you grief about the fact that your building has only a 55% rating.
And so I guess when it comes to leveling the playing field, and making sure that tenants who are feeling disempowered, do you think it's a matter of also providing an actual equitable tool so therefore tenants can be able to leverage a color-coded rating system to compel a landlord to do better and also quicker to meet the building standards.
Yeah, I believe it.
Okay, and just because because I think council really wants to do the right thing, and obviously we don't want to stigmatize any particular resident who's walking through a building and they see the red code. The red code doesn't mean you're obviously, it doesn't mean that the tenant has done anything wrong. It's strictly about the conditions of the common area of the building, whether or not the property owner and those that work for the property owner have adhered to the strict licensing regime and the property standards outlined in RentSafeTO. Is that your understanding?
I'll repeat it again. I've been working on this since 2008, my agency since 2006. I'm sure one probably exists, but I have personally never met a single tenant in my entire career working on this issue that did not want signs or felt that it was stigmatizing. As every member that we have kind of sent to these consultations and deputations have said, as Acorn has said dozens of times today, they want those signs useful. The only group that I have heard raising stigmatization is the landlord lobby. That's it.
And so if we were able to introduce the color-coded sign, would that be a gesture to the tenant community that City Council is listening, that we're moving ahead with the implementation of that system? But would there be willingness that if it doesn't work, let's just, for example, that it does create the stigmatization that has been floated as proposed, that we should revise the system to eliminate any of those poor social impacts? Would you be open to revisiting it if it doesn't work? The unintended consequence does come to fruition.
Yeah, look, I represent my constituency, and my constituency is tenants in Toronto who I've been working with directly, one-on-one and in massive groups all across the city for almost 15 years now. I do not want to do something that's going to harm tenants. I would not recommend something that I believe is going to harm tenants. I don't believe this harm tenants. I believe it overwhelmingly helps them. And that's why they want it and have been calling for it for the last 15 years.
That was the last
Thank
question,
you.
Councillor. Any other councillors with questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Last speaker on this item, Benjamin Petula. Good afternoon, Benjamin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Great. So one of the other speakers earlier mentioned kind of how this item got held to the end versus, everyone had to end up kind of waiting around to talk. Obviously, how you guys run your meetings is your business, but maybe if tons of people want to say something, you just get it done with right away. That said, and much to the chagrin of my coworkers who got to listen to the Planning and Housing Committee meeting today all day at work, I got to hear a lot in the meeting. And one of the things, I think it was Councillor Fletcher who said, we need to square everything you guys do has to be surrounding this idea of affordable housing. And the largest stock of affordable housing is the rental stock that's currently occupied by long-term rent-controlled tenants. And as you've heard from other deputants, and it feels like Groundhog Day because kind of nothing new has been said at this meeting. And it's been, anyways. I believe that the city needs to be doing everything you guys can to be improving the rental standards of these buildings, that are falling short, that would be getting this red or yellow sign. And not to contradict, and I have met Jordy, and I maybe will contradict him about the sign thing a little. I'll be the first tenant he's met that doesn't really care about the signs. I don't really care about the signs. I don't really care about the rent safe score. And Councillor Fletcher, please, if you'd like me to elaborate, you can ask me about the evaluation tool. What I care about is, because I can tell you how the current evaluation tool works, which essentially they go through the current evaluations work. They look for deficiencies, they describe the deficiencies, and then they generate a score based on those deficiencies. Now, deficiencies in most cases are deficiencies in meeting the standards of the property standards bylaw or the apartment buildings bylaw. these are laws that exist and ought to be enforced. I don't have much more, to say about that, but I can tell you that according to the numbers I have, and these are 2019, 2020, early 2020 numbers, you have over 62,000 units living in buildings that scored 69 or less. Those scores are representative of property standards that are not being met. Now, I'm going to switch gears, and I wrote a letter to some of the members here, and no one replied. So I'm just going to read it into the record now. This was addressed to Mayor John Tory, Carlton Grant, Abigail Bond, Elizabeth Glibbery, Janet Stokel, Councillor Paul Fletcher, Councillor Gord Person, and Councillor Brett. This is dated January 15th, 2022. I am writing this letter while a RentSafeTO register building is burning and while a former resident of this building is in the hospital in critical condition. At the very last meeting of the Tenant Advisory Committee's RentSafeTO working group, I remarked to my colleagues that it was only a matter of time before Toronto saw a fire like the 9 January 2022 Bronx fire. We did not have to wait long for this prediction to be proved right. Some of you may now be aware that our working group, this was a working group for the Toronto Tenant Advisory Committee, which was made by the Subcommittee on the Protection of Affordable Rental Housing, but we moved to disband following a lack of cooperation and a lack of perceived urgency on the part of municipal licensing and standards. We saw no path forward to effect change through the discussions we were having with city staff regarding the failures of the RentSafeTO program. Renters in the city of Toronto deserve safe and healthy homes. No one in their capacity as a city councillor or member of city staff would dare say otherwise, and yet the action taken to ensure that renters, who are half the population of this city, is sorely lacking. While tenants, advocates, and organizers have been telling the city that we are in a crisis, the city staff at council's direction has been tinkering with a website that will more easily display RentSafeTO scores. Congratulations, you've made it very easy to find that 828 Shaw Street enjoyed the following ratings. 23 February 2018, 45. The 6th of March 2019, 49. The 26th of November 2019, 49. The 25th of November 2021, 57. What do these tell us? They tell us that 828 Shaw Street was a substandard building. They tell us that an audit that was supposed to be done in 2020, but wasn't. They tell us that for the many years that we have data, municipal licensing and standards was unable or unwilling to use their full suite of enforcement powers to create safe and healthy homes for the residents of this building. And now this building has burned down. 17 households have lost their homes and likely all of their possessions. Lives have been ruined. If the city took seriously its avowed responsibility to ensure adequate housing, the tragedy unfolding would not have taken place, regardless of the immediate cause of this
Benjamin, I'm
fire.
going to have to ask you to start wrapping up.
I have 3 more sentences. And I just want to say the RentSafeTO scores and the list of fire code violations are windows into how a building is allowed to fall into deadly disrepair. I'll just stop. I'll cut myself off.
Thank you, Benjamin. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Benjamin, thank you for.
Why would anyone ask? Why would anyone ask anything? Why? Who wants to know more? No one.
Thank you, Benjamin. Thanks for joining us here today and for your comments. That concludes the list of speakers for today. Let's move into questions of staff. Members of the committee, anybody with questions of staff? I do have a couple of questions of staff. Oh, you have sorry, Councillor Nunziata, go ahead.
Okay, just a question to staff. In your report, page 9 of 12, you mentioned in 2021, there was a total of 656 orders to comply and notices of violation, and that you have issued fines range from 200 to 30,000. So out of the orders, 656 orders to comply in 2021, were all of them fined and they complied?
through the chair. Councillor, not all of them will be fined or charged with violations if they comply. Our focus is really to get compliance, so that's where we're aiming to. Where we can't get compliance, of course, we will charge. I can't give you a definitive answer on the 656 and how many of those were charged. I can certainly get back to you with that information, though.
Okay. Do you have a list of what were the fines, the amount of the fines? You have a range from 200 to 30,000, but do you have a range on what the fines were? Because I know that we've always had discussions on increasing fines, and I thought that recently at council we did move a motion to increase those fines. Did we not?
Through the chair, councillor, we're trying to find information on that. At this point, we haven't been able to find anything that increased the fines.
Okay, I thought we did. Okay, I may be wrong. I thought I heard it at one point that we did. So you don't know what the range of fines were? It's like the
No,
amount?
councillor, through the chair, but I can certainly find out that information and follow up with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the committee that have questions? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, and thank you to staff for the report. I know it's not easy getting a new program off the ground, and I also know that you put a lot of time and energy into making it right. So the opportunity to try to enhance that and to make it better today is really welcomed. I guess because we've heard so many tenants speak out today regarding the color-coded system, perhaps you can provide some comments on how quickly such a system could be up and running should this committee give you direction, or City Council to ask you to bring it forward. What would you need?
So I can take that. So through the chair, I think we've been working since we received the last council direction in December 2020 to implement the direction to update the evaluation tool. So we've spent about 1.25 years on that. We still have some time to go. As the report notes, we're sort of midway through the consultation process on that evaluation tool. I think if the direction were to change again today to have us incorporate a color coding system, we'd really have to take that back and do some analysis on how we can integrate that into the draft proposals that we're working on in terms of the evaluation tool. We'd have to look at how it would affect the implementation plans. We're implementing in phases, and we'll do it using pilots and tests. So we could sort of incorporate it that way, but I can't say definitively exactly how long it would take today.
Okay. And thank you. So recognizing that you've already been chipping away at it for about 1.5 years, if this committee and council next in the April meeting gave you that direction to go ahead, and we asked you to begin the implementation, let's just say, for example, by a date of convenience, January 2023, that will have given you over 2.5 years to try to roll out a system in phases. Would you say that's a realistic timeline to work with?
Certainly by January 2023, we are intending to be in field testing the updates to the evaluation tool. And so again, we'd look at how we could incorporate the color coding into our current project, and we do our very best to get it done. I can't say for sure exactly how long it would take. I do expect it would have a big impact on the way that we're looking at the evaluation tool, so we'd want to be really careful about making sure to get it right.
Right, but still what I'm hearing from you is that you could potentially get this out in phases, and if council told you to do it, of course you'd get it done.
That's right.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just curious to know, with respect to some of the buildings that technically fall under the jurisdiction of RentSafeTO's mandate, but are not registered, how many buildings do you think meet those RentSafe criteria, but are not registered yet? Who haven't we caught up with at this point in time? Do you know the numbers?
So through the chair, I don't have that information available, Councillor. I can certainly get back to you, but I can assure you that if a building is supposed to be registered, we are following up with those buildings and getting them on board. So it's not like they're sitting out there not complying with registration. We are actively investigating them and getting them on board.
And Elizabeth, can you explain to me, and if you don't have the actual number, that's okay, but can you give me a sense of range? Is it 50% of all the buildings that technically fall under RentSafeTO jurisdiction? They're now within our purview. They're now licensed, and we've got an line of sight on them. Would you say that's a correct number, or is it higher or lower?
So through the chair, I would say it's much higher. The amount of number of buildings that aren't registered, we don't license them, Councillor, but the amount that are not registered are very small. And of course, as I said before, we are following up on any building that has slipped through the cracks or has not been registered for whatever reason.
Okay, that's very encouraging to hear. And so with respect to enforcement and penalty for the buildings that are not registered, is that still activity underway on behalf of your staff?
Through the chair, yes, it is.
Okay, and can you just provide some comments to Kyle Iannuzzi's deputation in particular? He cited a number of structural deficiencies within the program, from staff training, consistency, communications with tenants. He was quite passionate. Can you just explain how does staff get trained? How does supervisors, managers ensure that the protocols are adequately met, and most importantly, that the outcome anticipated from the service complaint request actually gets done? So therefore, customer service satisfaction, how do we determine that?
Thank you for that question. Through the chair, Councillor, following Kyle's complaint, we did take this issue to the internal auditor for assistance because we wanted to make sure we had it right, or we could get it right. And so through their assessment and investigation, they made a number of recommendations which we followed up on. One of them is training, recognizing pest control. Another is to ensure that we're getting the proper information from the landlords, both on an apartment basis treatment, as well as individual units, following up with complainants, putting in a system where we don't, if we don't receive responses back from complainants, that we follow up in writing to the complainant. And it is a holistic approach to pest management, and it is a difficult issue to manage because it may be multiple units that are impacted. So we do work with the property manager. We get the reports from the pest control company specifically for the units as well as for the buildings, and they must be posted. So we've done a lot of work with staff. Communicating back to the complainants, of course, is really critical. And that was an area that we definitely could improve upon. And so we have taken a lot of positive steps to improve any gaps in the process, but we continue to take action on these issues and to improve our communication and to improve the training of our staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Perks.
Thank you. We heard from a number of people that we should consider a system similar to DineSafe. Am I correct that if the medical officer of health issues a red to a DineSafe restaurant, that restaurant is closed, correct?
Through the chair, that's my understanding, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, there was a time when City Council directed you that you had to do some work to develop a color coding system. But prior to that, you had given, MLS staff had given advice to Council recommending against a color coded sign, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. In the current, in the 2022 budget, your staff complement was increased in the draft budget and then increased again in the council debate. What's the total increase in the number of inspectors between those two steps?
Through the chair, Councillor, we received an additional 2 officers to bring our complement up to 30 officers for the RentSafeTO program.
And then there was an additional 7 added by council at the
No, the 7, through the chair, Councillor, the 7 were to be divided between noise, rent safe, and the multi-tenant housing
I
program.
see, spread around.
Yes,
Okay.
so we
Thank you. I
spread it
understand that
out.
better. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And we have seen a decline in the performance of meeting the standards for timelines during the pandemic. Are we going to see those service standards being met in going forward as we come out of the pandemic? Is that your intention?
Through the chair, we have seen an increase in our performance standards, Councillor. And bearing in mind, since the pandemic, our service requests have increased about 30%.
Right.
However, we are trying to continue to improve our performance various ways, closing complaints as soon as we can, where there's compliance achieved, working with property owners to gain compliance as effectively as possible, and writing orders and notices, and of course charges where compliance isn't achieved. So we will continue to work on our performance standards to deliver the best possible service we can, given the resources, of course.
Okay. When council approved the Rent Safe program, one of the directions was that staff find mechanisms to inform tenants and prospective tenants of the evaluation results of buildings. Are you still undertaking to do that?
I'll start, and then Ginny can certainly finish this. I can tell you that we've done a lot of work on the website to make a portal available so that tenants have access to scores for these buildings. I'm going to pass the rest of it over to my colleague, Ginny.
Yeah, so in addition to the website that was launched last year, tenants, the scores for the building are posted on the tenant notification board. Landlords are required to provide it to tenants on request, and it's provided during the leasing process. So our goal is to have multiple channels where tenants can access this important information.
Can you explain a little bit more about how it's provided during the leasing process?
It's a great question. Unfortunately, I don't have those details. It is part of the requirements of the program.
It's part of and you, as you were saying, well, the vast majority of buildings have joined the program.
That's correct, Councillor.
That's correct.
And through the chair, it's a requirement of the landlord to provide that information. So if we get complaints that that's not happening, of course, we will be following up with the landlord.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other members of the committee that have questions? Councillor Fletcher.
It's Councillor Malou. May I also have the indulgence of asking a question when you can slot me in?
Yes, after Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, please
Finish
proceed.
that, Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Fletcher, please proceed.
Okay. There's a great letter from the Flemington Thorncliffe Tenant Residents Association that was sent in to the committee with 4 different things. And they have some suggestions that I think would be worthwhile taking under advisement. One, they're really asking the tenant rep could be included in the evaluation of the audit tour, and apparently that isn't something that you do or is allowed. Is that correct? You don't allow that?
Through the chair, Councillor, no, we don't allow that. Evaluations are an independent assessment of the building. We do inform the property owner.
I understand. Sorry?
We do inform the property owner of the evaluation date only to access certain areas and information that is part of the evaluation process, but we do not include members of the public tenancy or the landlords during our evaluation.
So the landlord's not there. And how do tenants let you know if you're there, things that you should be looking at? I'll leave that question. So some of the building systems, how are the fire inspections attached to that? What role do they play and how are they attached? Are they listed in the building? Are they attached to the rent safe? Are they part of that process?
Through the chair, Councillor, can you just clarify the question? I'm not quite sure I understand it.
Well, you can have a fire inspection of a building. RentSafe does not do a fire inspection, but the fire department has done one. How is the city's fire department inspection attached or part of the city's RentSafe report?
Through the chair, currently it is not part of.
So it's not, okay, that's what I needed to hear. It's not there. What else is missing from there? How about pest? Does the landlord have to give you the number of pest treatments in a building over the past year?
Through the
Since you
chair,
were there
yes,
the
they
last
do.
time?
Through the
Pardon?
chair, yes, they do.
Yes, they do?
Yes,
And
they
that's
do.
posted, the number of treatments?
They have to post the treatments on the notification board. This, yes, they do.
I'm sorry, tell me that again?
Through the chair, they do have to post the treatments on the notification board.
But is it reported out exactly as part of RentSafe?
It's part of our evaluation, Councillor.
And then it's reported?
That's correct.
And is there any fine if you don't give the right amount of information? Any?
Through the chair, Councillor, non-compliance is always in a position to be fined, of course.
We also see some photos that they've sent in about multiple languages. They do speak many languages in Flemington Thorncliffe, that it's all in English, that the emergency number isn't on the bulletin board. There's a whole number of things. And I'm just wondering as well, if you have a chance to look at that, that some of their ideas are important.
Through the chair, Councillor, we are in receipt of that and we are looking at the recommendations. And I have to agree that they do have some valid insight into how we can improve the program. And of course, we're always receptive to improving the program.
And have they been part of your little team that's looking at the evaluation tool?
I'm sorry, Councillor, through the chair, is that a question?
Yeah. Have these folks from this Ward 15, 16 tenant group been part of who's been helping evaluate the tool and build the tool?
So there are translation services available?
No, I'm sorry, maybe it's WebEx that's causing the problem. But there's been multiple consultations and their people have been in them. So are these tenants that have written in, have they been part of the evaluation process of the tool that will be used to do the final evaluation on buildings?
Thank you for that question. I'm going to refer to my colleague, Ginny.
So we'd have to look at the names specifically and check the list of those that are on the tenant working groups for this. I'm not familiar with those specific names. We certainly can check, and we could invite them to our public consultation process that is planned in the next few months, certainly.
Yes, I'm actually, as you know, moving a motion to have a quite an in-depth look at the tool. And I'm not sure that all the tenant groups out there, like these Flemington Thorncliffe tenant group, that everybody's kind of been included. Have you reached out specifically? Do you have a list of tenant associations from across the city and made very specific outreach to them to be part of this conversation?
Yes, so through the chair, there was an application process to be a part of this first wave of engagement, which is the series of working groups that we're in the midst of holding right now. After the sort of more intensive working groups are completed, we would be bringing the proposal out for a broader public consultation and would use a number of tools there to gather additional feedback.
So
that was your last question, Councillor. You're into 6 minutes.
You know, I don't know how we can have 3 hours of deputations and 5 minutes of questions. I'm so sick and tired of this at every committee on big issues. I can't stand it. I'm just putting my oar in the water now about that.
I understand. We also have a time constraint, Counselor, it's Friday. We have to finish before sundown, so I'm just trying to get the agenda to move along so we can complete the
I
agenda.
also have a time constraint because there was a big 2 armed robberies on Gerard Street and the police are having a meeting 5 o'clock. So there you go.
Okay. Counselor Matlow.
Thanks, Chair. Through to staff, when we first moved forward with RentSafe as part of this advisory committee, what was approved through council what did include the instruction for the color-coded signs.
Counselor, I think you're having some technical difficulties. We cannot hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Now we can. Maybe if you turn off your video would help. Are you still there, Counselor Matlow?
Is that better?
Counselor
Matlow?
Matlow?
Anna?
Yep.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Much better. Yeah,
Okay.
Just keep it off.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was just saying that while we've all been expressing our opinions about the color-coded signs, they were in fact part of what council initially directed until it was reconsidered. So I'd like to ask staff if you could remind the committee when we did consult with tenants directly and when there was a survey completed, what were the results of the survey of tenants' voices when it came to their opinion about the support for color-coded signs?
Through the chair, I can start answering that. I mean, I think broadly, tenants were in favor with a high percentage of support for the introduction of a color coding system. We did in-person consultations and a survey to try and gather input into that proposal at the time.
Is my memory, Jenny, is my memory correct that it was even something like between 80 and 90% based on the survey?
I think that is correct. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I believe that that's around the right number, yeah.
Thank you very much. That was my question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So I do have a couple of questions from staff.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask a few questions if I may.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Councillor. I didn't realize. I didn't see your hand up. Go ahead,
No,
Councillor.
I wasn't going to ask any, but then hearing from Councillor Matlow, that prompted a couple questions.
Go ahead.
So actually just picking up on that thread through you, Madam Chair, to staff. You did the evaluation, you did some consultation, and you received some feedback on the color-coded signs. Why was it then that it was not staff's recommendation at that time to proceed with them? You recommended against it, and just for my recollection and history, council made the decision to overturn that staff recommendation. That was not actually your original recommendation. If that's what you heard in the feedback, why was that not part of your recommendation on the program going forward?
So through the chair, there's a long history on this, is what I would say, and there's sort of a chronology here to the recommendations. So there was a 2019 report where staff were not at that time recommending the color coding system. Instead, we were recommending alternative ways of communicating the building evaluation score. We were then directed by council to come back with a proposal for the color coding score. We then consulted on what that program would look like, what colors, how would the signs look, did a full consultation in order to inform our recommendations on how we might bring forward that type of program. That was the proposal that came in December 2020, and then council made a direction at that time to proceed without the color coding, and that's what we've been working on since.
Okay, sorry. So when you were talking about the support that the proposal had received, it was in the context of going back out to consult on that particular proposal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
through the chair, yes, that's correct. So then
so it's
that
like,
helped
let's have a
inform our
conversation
recommendations.
about color-coded systems. Do you support color-coded systems? That was one of the questions that you were asking when you were redirected by council to go back and look at that after you had initially not recommended it. in the
Correct.
report in 2018.
That's correct.
Okay. So for everyone's clarity, and I guess for my understanding, recognizing I only have a few minutes, why did staff originally not support going with a color-coded system? Obviously, council directed you to look at otherwise, but your initial position as professionals was not to do that. Why was that?
So through the chair, I think at the time there were a number of different considerations from sort of the most effective way to communicate the evaluation score. And we felt that at the time there were different ways of communicating it. There's the concern around stigma that's been addressed today, which staff and other internal stakeholders, the city had advised. And then on a practical and sort of operational level, it is a challenge to implement the signs, and staff have felt that using means like websites and digital means of communicating might be a more practical option. Of course, you know, we'll take direction and adjust as needed.
Yes, so we've seen that, and you've been very gracious and indulging council as we've gone back and forth vacillating on this. So what would your position be today? And I appreciate that you've said we're, you know, a year and some odd time into the development of the scoring system now. That is underway. And I note that you said there could be significant costs and programs delay that you identified in the report if we were to change course again. I think I heard from a lot of folks, they want to see something. Disregarding potential delays in program costs, which may be significant, what would be your position today? You know, as a professional, as staff working on this, would it be best to proceed with the work that's underway with the scoring system, or would it be better, in your opinion, to introduce a color-coded element to the work that's underway?
So through the chair, I would say, well, first of all, it's not one or the other. So the color coding can sit on top of improvements that we make to the evaluation tool. And I think it's staff's perspective that really that's the core of the change that we think will make a big improvement to the program, is introducing more sources of data to have a more reflective, a dynamic and responsive evaluation score. At this time, introducing a color coding is going to be very challenging operationally, practically, as I've noted, for a large part because the way that the evaluation tool is going to change is it's going to become much more dynamic. It will change and fluctuate over time, which will make introduction of a color coding system on the front of the building practically quite challenging. If directed to do so, we would, you know, prefer a digital means. But of course, you know, if council directs us, we'll, as I mentioned, kind of take that back and sort out how we could accommodate that in the current project.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. So I do have a couple of questions. I start my time. To staff, so right now, I know that we're creating a new evaluation tool, which, like you just said, I agree, that's really going to be the change. But for the time being, is the only location where people can have access to the scoring, it's the website? Is it the website?
So through you, I would say no, the website is not the only place. The score should also be shared through the tenant notification board on request and through other leasing processes as directed in the bylaw.
So on the leasing process, and it has to be posted on the tenant notification board?
That's correct.
Correct.
Tenant notification board and website. So the tenant can have easy access to see it on the tenant notification. There's a score, 90, 50, whatever.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. And in fact, the whole evaluation report should be shared. I think the score is one thing, but also seeing the breakdown of the score is very informative.
Okay. And so you are saying that if we were to introduce this color code, it would have program costs and delays to the implementation of the new scoring tool? Is that it?
I believe so. We haven't done a full analysis on what the impact would be to the program, honestly, but I can only expect that we would have to look at how dynamic and flexible a score can be if it then directs a change of a sign on the front of a building.
So,
right? So if a score might change, daily, that would be highly impractical to change a sign on the front of the building. As just one example, I'd have to kind of take that back and really look at the impact.
As you are working through this more precise and larger assessment tool, are you also looking into even further ways than the 3 that we currently have of having this information readily available to the public?
Through you, yes, I think there are other ways. I mean, our goal is to make the information as readily accessible as possible. And so certainly it would be part of the goal of the project is to make sure that tenants have it when and where they need it.
So are you looking into that right now or no?
Yeah, so I could share one of the options as an example that's used in other jurisdictions is the use of a QR code. Where you can use the QR code to actually access the website. So it's sort of an additional tool that helps you access the digital score.
And you are looking into that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
May I have a chance to speak?
Speakers, Councillor Matlow, yes.
Oh, thank you. You can hear me.
I recommend that you turn off your camera again.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you. I'm in a bad spot. Are you able to hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Chair. When we first initiated RentSafe, the whole focus was and has been and continues to be on ensuring that the health and safety of tenants throughout our city is protected and that we do everything within our means to do so. And one of the proposals that were brought to us by tenants themselves was the color-coded signs. And groups like ACORN, FMTA, and others have advocated for this goal for many years. We have not heard from staff that they disagree in principle with the proposal. They have simply said that they question how easy it can be to be implemented. That being said, though, there's never been any suggestion, for example, that the signs would have to be changed daily. We're not asking for anything that laborious. In fact, if signs are so difficult, then why wouldn't we just scrap them in the Designate program or anywhere else that we have signs that protect the public's health and safety, which are virtually ubiquitous throughout our city? The reality is that the only, the largest group that I hear from that doesn't want these signs are the lobbyists for some of the worst landlords in the city. And the argument around stigma, I certainly, as closely as I've worked with tenants and their advocates, I've been hearing this from the average tenant. What tenants keep telling me is that they're stigmatized and they feel shame because they're embarrassed to invite friends and family over to their own home. That the conditions that some buildings have been left in are unacceptable and awful and sometimes disgusting. They're not ashamed of a sign. They're ashamed of how their homes have been left. What they do want to see is not every landlord, there are good landlords, but the bad landlords to be shamed because nothing else seems to be able to do the trick to get them to reform their ways. And moreover, we want to have signs right in the window to give the heads up to prospective tenants before they sign their name down on a lease that this building may not be up to scratch. This isn't where you want to invest your life and make your home until they get better. Now, we as a council supported moving forward with the color-coded signs. We then went out in earnest to consult, and the feedback was overwhelmingly positive based on what tenants told us. Then at a subsequent council meeting, that decision was overturned. What I'm asking you to do is not look for reasons not to do it, but to actually listen to the reasons tenants are giving us as to why we should support their voice. And the reality is, as we work with staff moving forward to implement this, of course, we would want to do it in a way that's reasonable, that's functional, that isn't overly laborious, a system that actually works, because frankly, if it works, then it works for tenants. But just because we worry about how to do it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. If we did that, then we wouldn't do anything as a city council. So please listen to the tenants' voice. Please act on what they're requesting us to do. And ultimately, if we don't do this, we're letting them down. And what I can tell you is they're not going to stand for it. They're going to be knocking at doors all year in every one of our wards, demanding that we listen to them. Because if we don't listen to them, they're going to find other people to do it. And they're making that loud and clear. And I respect that. So, we have an opportunity to do the right thing today. And, and I just encourage you as my colleagues to listen to them and, take a chance that even if you think this is going to stigmatize, hear them that they're saying that's not the case. And if you think this is going to be difficult to implement just because staff are worried about that, then let's work with staff. Let's support them. And let's make sure that this is done in a way that achieves our goals. And I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Councillors in the committee, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much. I do have a motion. I will ask the clerk to post onto the screen. And why will they get that up and running? I just want to tell you that the motion is broken down into a couple portions. One is to direct the executive director of MLS to develop that color-coded system to ensure that it has, obviously the colors that are needed, that are eligible and very easy to comprehend. We're asking them to amend the Municipal Code Chapter 354 that enables them to do that, require property owners and building owners to post that sign to the satisfaction of the MLS director in a prominent location, require the building owners to ensure that the current rating system is current, well maintained, secured, and posted, and to bring this into effect by February the 1st, 2023, at the same time reporting back to this committee in Q4 2023, a full year after it begins implementation. The second portions of the motion have everything to do with ensuring that staff are going to be properly trained, that we're able to phase in this work in a way that is going to make sense, to ensure that we have the adequate number of bylaw officers so we can adequately roll out the RentSafeTO program so there are no gaps. Staff need resources to do their work. To determine that their training is going to be consistent, to be clear about how they communicate when a case is determined closed, and the process for communicating all of this to the residents, in this case tenants that have initiated the complaint. And also just to create a system, the feasibility of understanding whether or not they can create a system of implementing penalties to landlords based on non-compliance. I want to just, and thank you very much, I recognize that this is not necessarily the easiest conversation, and I listened very carefully as the tenants were pretty much unanimous. I didn't hear a single tenant come forward today who didn't, who opposed the color-coded system. And I just want to recognize that, as allies, as people who are in government, who try to create good laws to get good outcomes, what we want to do is actually support our community. And I have every confidence that every single one of members of council, those who are at this committee and at city council, all wants to do the right thing. But we also, as those of us who sit in government, have a decision to make. And I think, what I'd like to impart with everyone here, and to associate myself with Councillor Matlow's comments, he spoke very passionately about why we need to do it. was that, you know, more importantly than anything else, the tenants were telling us to do it. The tenants know what they need. They're the ones that have been living with the system. I don't think there's a member of council that is a renter anymore. I certainly wasn't. I was, but now I'm not. But I don't think any of us are living with cockroaches or faulty plumbing or perhaps HVAC systems that don't work. Like, we're quite privileged to be able to have a home that's safe and secure and perhaps not left to the whims of a property manager or a predatory landlord. So I don't think I'm even qualified to speak about the experiences of a tenant anymore. Because I'm no longer a tenant. And so when we have tenants that are asking so desperately for us to listen to what they have got to say, and that they know better than anyone else, including all of us who are not tenants, who are not living those buildings that are not meeting the standard, I think we need to listen. And even if we think that, you know, we know best, we need to check ourselves. So I'm going to suggest that we lean into this based on what the tenants have prescribed to us, based on what they have said that they wanted, based on the fact that they have overwhelmingly demonstrated that there is very little to no opposition, and let's give it to them. So therefore, if it's a tool that's going to improve the conditions of the buildings, let's do it. I know that we could all use additional powers and tools to make landlords do the right thing. We talk about it all the time. But if this is one of those tools that can affect the quality of life, which is in this case a social determinant of health, this is the quality of housing, right? It's a social determinant of health, then I don't see why not. Let me just show members, I mean, I know you've seen this before. This is just what is the report. You see, folks, see that? This is what these folks have to post onto this community tenant board. That is not comprehensible, it's not legible, it's not accessible. And the fact that they've got to go to a community board, if the community board is up and running, is too arbitrary. So let's improve the system. Let's give the tenants what they're asking for. And if it doesn't work, we get to revise it again. And there's no harm in doing that. Thank you very much.
Any other councillors that wish to speak on this item? Give me 1 second so I can get my screen back. Councillor Perks.
Let me begin first by saying that Councillor Fletcher had pre-circulated some motions about improving the system that's in front of us. I'm absolutely going to support those. I think they're very helpful. However, I will not be supporting the motion put forward by Councillor Wong Tam that we go back to the color-coded system. I've spent an enormous amount of time on this. I was actually on that same tenant defense committee that Councillor Matlow spoke about, and you know, his recollection of how this started is different from mine, but I'm not going to get into that. And I've sat down with the leadership of various tenant organizations over and over again. I think with Acorn, since the council decision to remove the color-coded signs, I believe I've met with them 4 times. And the amazing thing to me is that we agree about 95% of what needs to be done. And I'm a huge supporter of their Healthy Homes program. We absolutely need to hear them when they say that the conditions that many Torontonians who rent live in aren't acceptable, that they are themselves the source of the stigma. Absolutely, that's correct. And we fail if we do not take strong action to make sure that property standards bylaws are enforced and adhered to. That's our task. And we have to redouble our efforts on that. I had hoped that in the most recent budget, we would have seen an even bigger increase to MLS, but you know, we were unable to build a consensus on council for an even bigger expenditure. We did go beyond what staff asked for, but I think we need to continue to push on that. Let's talk a little bit about the reasoning that is behind the color coding. So what I'm told is that if we put the sign on the building, then people will get 2 things. First of all, there'll be some transparency, but secondly, we'll have an impact on the market. The transparency piece we take care of otherwise. We've already got it as part of our program that when you are going in to sign a lease as a new tenant, you are shown the evaluation history on this building. Similarly, it's available to any tenant on request. Similarly, when there's a community notice board, it goes up there. Similarly, it's going to be on a publicly available website. So we've taken care of the transparency. The second argument offered, though, is that somehow it's going to alter the market. And I want us to spend a minute on this because these are very dangerous waters. In the 70s, 80s, and 90s, it was all the rage in regulating pollution that we should have marketable pollution permits, tradable pollution permits. So company X is dumping into the river. They pay company Y for pollution credits so that they can dump even more. And company Y takes that money and cleans up. This is tradable pollution permits. And they were all the rage. United States, many states did it. And they stopped doing it. And you know why? Because what happened is you created what were called sacrifice zones, where certain polluters would just say, you know, it's not worth my while to clean up, so I'll just pay money for my tradable permit and I will just pollute this river more and more and more. If we go down the path of saying that we're going to rely on the market as the tool to discipline landlords, there will always be people who are desperate for housing at low rents and will take poor quality buildings. That's already the facts on the ground in the city of Toronto. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, do we want to create a situation where we create sacrifice buildings where the landlord just doesn't care that there's a red sign in the window? That they, as long as they can fill their units, and there will always be desperate people. Everyone on council who has lived through the terrible problems with housing during the pandemic and the encampments knows for a fact that we will be creating sacrifice zones. That's unacceptable to me. I don't think that a neoliberal market-based approach to trying to discipline the housing market will work. I believe in a regulatory approach. I believe in standards that we require landlords to meet. And that's where we need to put our effort. And that's the 95% of the Healthy Home Program and other tenant advocacy where we're in agreement. I think it's important that we listen to tenants, we listen to their demands, that we enforce the standards, but we listen critically and think about consequences. And I'm sorry, I can't be persuaded that creating sacrifice buildings that are just horrible and saying that's a success somehow because at least we posted a color on the building, I can't go there. Thank you.
Madam Chair, on a point of order, I never said we're going to be creating these, throwaway zones or throwaway buildings. So I'm not sure.
I don't think that's what the councillor was trying to say that you said it. I don't think that's.
Yeah, to be very clear, I didn't say that Councillor Wong-Tam said that. I said it would be the consequence of adopting her motion.
Yeah, I disagree with that, but okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure that words are not being put in my mouth. Thank you.
Agree. Any other councillors that wish to speak on this item? Councillor Nunziata?
Bradford had his hand up first.
Councillor Bradford?
I have my hand up.
Okay.
Chair, I'm at two meetings, so please book me in when the time comes. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher. You may speak now.
Thank you. I've got my other meeting off. Thanks. I am just have a motion to move, please. I really want more look at the tool after everything I've heard, including from tenants and also referring the letter from.
Paula, you're not muted.
Sorry, they heard me about referring this letter.
I can give
One second.
She's in the Planning and Housing Committee at the
I'm
same
at a
time.
city committee. I just muted. I'm very sorry, people. I'll be back.
Okay, you're attending two meetings. Okay.
Yes, I'm attending two meetings. Thank you. Gunpoint robberies and tenant needs. So this is just to include in there the Thorncliffe, Flemington.
I think you can continue. She's gonna come in after.
She wants to join us.
Councillor?
Oh my God. That's it. That's the motion. I would like more done. I want to see how they're doing it. I want to make sure we have the right tool. I want to make sure we have the right people. We appreciate Miss Addie saying that they asked for people to join, sent a letter. I think it would be better to reach out knowingly and ask people to join directly, to create your stakeholder group rather than just who wants to join. Because there are so many groups and we have fantastic representatives here today, but I am really concerned that we don't get the right thing. And I'm concerned that somehow fire inspection can take place in a building and it's not appended. I just can't even believe that, hearing that at the moment. That doesn't take a motion. It doesn't take a city bylaw. It's just common sense to do this. So what else is missing that needs to be there? I know we're working hard, but we need to work in a way that really delivers what tenants have been asking for an awfully long time. So let's just keep plugging away, getting the best product. And why I'm concerned about that is because I've been here long enough to know that once we have a product, it's not changing anytime soon because the vendors have come in, it's all been RFP'd, we have providers, we've got the whole thing. So tweaking it, fooling around with it, that's 5 years out. Let's get it right. And that's what that motion is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Councillor Fletcher, for the motion. That looks good and very thoughtful. And double dipping, 2 meetings, hardworking, very good. I perhaps can't speak as eloquently to this as Councillor Perks did, but the points are well taken. And, I think at the end of the day, we're dealing with something that is very personal, something that's very emotional, and something that troubles all of us around the council chamber and many of us in our communities, folks who are, grappling with living conditions that are, anywhere from inadequate to abhorrent, and predatory landlords that take advantage of people, they take advantage of their circumstances, and are very reluctant to do the right thing. In fact, fight us on it. And there's lots of court cases and orders that are in place, in battles between the city and these landlords and tenants and these landlords. And, I think Councillor Perks is right. Regulation is a big and important part of that. The suggestion or implication that a color-coded sort of posters on the building is the solution to this very deep-seated, complicated problem, I think is probably a bit of an oversimplification. I could tell you across a number of policy files here that we touch at the City of Toronto, this is a frustration for me. It's a frustration when there is a gross oversimplification of the solutions to very complicated issues. It suggests that, if we just do this one thing, this is what's going to fix it. And I think the reality is, even trying to compare, RentSafe color coding or rating systems or, QR codes in an app and a website, trying to compare that to a DineSafe program is a bit disingenuous in itself. Like, that was the genesis of this, as I understand it, when this was brought forward by, a counselor and says, well, just do DineSafe. I mean, there's a little bit more to it than that. And as we heard from staff today, the idea that, the pretend notion that we would have the resources to go out and sort of update that on a, even if it was a monthly basis, let alone a weekly or a daily basis. And I think if we're all honest, that's kind of why when staff started this work a number of years ago, that wasn't the direction that they were going to go in. Council gets political, and we heard a great political statement, in a previous speech about how folks are going to be out knocking doors and, telling us where to go, and that's fine. That's an important part of the process. But the fact that those statements are here when we're having a really important policy discussion, I think speaks to sort of the political nature of some of that stuff. And I don't think it's overly helpful. I think all of us are united in the desire for much better outcomes for tenants, much better outcomes for people who live in Toronto, Torontonians. And, the report that staff have brought forward, the tool that is in development, painfully slow. I'm frustrated with the pace of this. I think staff are frustrated with the pace of this. And over the past number of hours, we've heard all of you are frustrated with the pace of this. But the way to improve it or to make it better isn't to, blow it up again for the third time and change course. We have oscillated on this so many different times. I think it does make it difficult as we continually move the goalposts back and forth on what we're trying to achieve. And again, it's focus on the outcomes, transparency, accountability, results. Does a color-coded piece of paper in a window achieve that? I mean, to my mind, I guess maybe. We don't know, but I think what staff have put in front of us today and what they've been working on over the past year, in consultation with many of you, who have had your eyes on it probably closer than a number of us, that's helpful. So the progress has been slow. It's been frustrating, but I think we ought to continue with that and see what we can land, what will be a best-in-class monitoring and accountability and transparency system, which is what all of us want to improve the outcomes for tenants. I just, I don't think one idea or one particular thing is how we're going to get those results. And frankly, when I look at these predatory landlords, when we connect with these bad actors, I don't think they're going to be moved by that either. So, I'm going to move forward with what staff have in front of us. I'm going to be supporting Councillor Fletcher's recommendations. But I'm also going to let staff get on with the work and build the program, implement the program, and then we'll see how we're actually doing on it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. I do have a motion that the Planning and Housing Committee requests the Executive Director Municipal Licensing and Standards to consider increasing the fines to landlords for failure to comply with property standards orders and report back to the Planning and Housing Committee. And the reason I asked that question earlier, I thought that we had increased those fines because I do support increasing fines to landlords. I've always supported that for years, when not only for landlords on residential, but as well as business landlords as well, where I've had issues with. I do support the comments that were made by Councillor Perks. I do support Councillor Fletcher's motion. And Councillor Bradford, you're absolutely correct to hear that, well, we're going to knock on doors. It's an election time. It's not called for comments like that. I think we all agree and we all support that we need to protect tenants. And I do that, and I have done that for years. I have dealt with a number of slum landlords over my years. And some of them I've closed down, some of I changed management. But what I do encourage, and this is something that Acorn should be doing as well, is advocating to the tenants that if they do have issues, if they don't want to contact 311 where they're not getting results, to contact the counselor's office. I get hundreds of calls from tenants asking me to send municipal licensing out to the units. But to be protesting in front of a building and not indicating and specifying what issues and what units or what the issues are is not going to get you results. You need to work and you need to be specific on what your concerns are, or what issues you have in a building. And that's what's happening when you have all these protests in front of the buildings that they're not achieving, they're not getting any results because they're not willing to work with city staff or willing to work with the city councillor. So I really believe by increasing the fines, and not hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars, because if you hit the landlords where it hurts, and that's financially, you might get some results from some of these landlords. Some of these landlords refuse to respond, and we have to, and I think that it's very important that we focus on these landlords and make it as difficult as possible for them. Years ago, I had a building in the 80s. I had a building in my ward where terrible slum landlord. It was awful. What we did, believe it or not, and this is when we were the city of York, that we went to the mortgage. They held a mortgage on the building, and they also had insurance. And we went directly to them, and they withdrew their mortgage, and they wouldn't insure the building. We were able to get rid of the landlord and the management, and we got a new management. I'm not saying that this is something we should be doing now, but what I'm saying is I have been dealing with these landlords for many, many years. So I hope you will support my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I guess I would like to say a few words. First of all, I want to thank all the deputants here, but I have to say that I've been sitting here and seeing the motions that have been put through, and all I could think about was actually the deputation from Benjamin that talked about that building on Shaw, that for like a year had scores of 45, 55, like really low scores. And I'm wondering if having a red, an orange, a green sign on the door would have changed anything, or that fire from happening, of that person from dying. And I think we need to hear residents, and I think what I heard loud and clear was that they want this implemented as soon as possible. They wanted more inspectors, they wanted us to have more teeth, they wanted us to go after these properties that are not well maintained, and yes, they want transparency. And I think, and that's why I asked staff to understand, are you still looking into this? And most likely, they will be coming forward even with new ways to make sure that this information is readily available to the residents. But for me, what I think is most important has been the resources that we've put in the program. So we have inspectors to go out, to make the audits, to go back to ensure that the improvements are being done, that we can improve the living conditions of the tenants, and that there's no delays. Tenants are right. They've been saying this over and over again, and we go back and forth and back and forth. Let's move on with this. I will be supporting Councillor Fletcher because I think we need to be really careful on what we're measuring, ensuring that we're measuring things right to ensure that we can go after the landlords. I will be supporting Councillor Francis because I think we need to have higher fines. Landlords really need to feel it. We need regulations, we need teeth, but we need to get moving on this. And we can't afford more delays. We'll fine tune it, but let's allow staff to get this implemented, get this tool right. Let's get it done so that we can focus on these buildings that are getting low scores so that we can improve the lives of the people that live in those buildings. And so with that, I think we can proceed to a vote because all of us have spoken. And so the first motion is Councillor.
Sorry, I apologize, Speaker. Can I get a recorded and separated vote on my motion, please? Because there may be sections that some of the members can support, but not necessarily others, and I recognize that.
That's true, Councillor. Do you want to vote 1, 2, 3, and 4 separate? I think 1, 2, 3 are all related, and then 4 is not, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's vote on part 1, 2, and 3 of Councillor Wong-Tam's motion. Yeah.
Can you highlight sections 1, 2, and 3?
All those in favor?
We'll do a recorded vote. When I call your name, please indicate how you will vote on parts 1, 2, and 3 of Councillor Wong-Tam's motion.
Actually, okay.
On a point of order, Madam Chair.
Yep.
So this motion went by very quickly. I don't believe we need council authority to direct the executive director to report. So if the committee just did that, then it's fine. I could vote for part 4.
I agree. That's exactly what I was looking at.
Is that, Councillor Wong-Tam, is that satisfactory?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah. Yep.
So recorded vote on parts 1, 2, and 3 of Councillor Wong-Tam's motion. When I call your name, please unmute yourself and indicate how you're voting. Councillor Bailao.
Oppose?
Councillor Fletcher.
In favor?
Councillor Bradford.
Opposed?
Councillor Nunziata.
In favor.
Councillor Perks.
Opposed.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
In favor.
That item fails on a tie vote. Now for part 4 of Councillor Wong-Tam's motion, and we will change that to the Planning and Housing Committee, direct the Executive Director. We'll take a recorded vote on that. When I call your name, please indicate how you're voting. Councillor Wong-Tam.
In favor.
Councillor Perks.
In favor?
Councillor Nunziata.
In favor.
Councillor Bradford.
In favor?
Councillor Fletcher.
In favor?
Councillor Bailao.
In favor.
That part carries unanimously.
Next motion? Yep, Councillor Fletcher's motion, all as a whole, yeah. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item as amended. Oh, no, Councillor Nunziatis, yes. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item as amended. No? Oh, we don't need to, sorry. Okay, so that concludes our work for today. Thank you, members, and thank you, staff. I know for a Friday, you're all anxious to go home, I'm sure. Hope everybody has a good weekend. Members, thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Chair.
Clerk.
Thanks,
Thank
staff.
you, members.